This is. Ahoy!
So far away.
Thank you. I'm Kevin Freeman, and you're in the Economic War Room. This is a very special edition that we have because I'm honored to be surrounded by members and friends of the Committee on the Present Danger China. And we're going to be talking about all of the threats that China brings, including the economic threat in particular. And so I'm pleased to be joined by, to my right, Rosemary Gibson, who is the author of China RX, and really the lady who has led the charge on keeping American pharmaceuticals safe. And that's just been a tremendous effort, and we're making great progress thanks to her good work. And then to her right is the chairman of the Committee on the Present Danger, of which I'm happily a founding member. It's Brian Kennedy, and he's also the author of the book, Communist China's War Inside America. And then to my left is Chris Iacovella, who is the CEO of the American Securities Association. And then to his left is Frank Gaffney, the vice chairman of the Committee on the Present Danger, a long-term friend of Economic War Room, and the founder and executive chairman of the Center for Security Policy. So welcome, everybody.
Thank you.
So glad you're here. I'd like to start with you, Brian, and tell us why the Committee on the Present Danger was formed and what's it doing.
Well, thank you, Kevin, for all you do. The Committee on the Present Danger China has existed at 4 different times, one at the start of the Cold War, one in the heart of the Cold War, one right after September 11th, and now here with China. In the very beginning, you have to remember, Americans are an inward-looking people primarily. We look at how do we raise our families, what's going on in our church, what does it take to live a life as a free American? And so various intellectuals and national security professionals over the years have decided that Americans needed to know firsthand what was the threat to them. So it started the Cold War. They did that to understand that the Soviet Union was a threat. Back in the 1970s, at the heart of the Cold War, a lot of people looked at how America was addressing the Soviet Union and decided they needed to explain to the country just how serious a threat that was. Ronald Reagan was among them, and that helped bring in President Reagan. You had September 11th, of course, and now you have with Communist China, the American people hearing really for the first time from Donald, it was an economic and strategic threat to them. And it was myself and Frank Gaffney and you and Steve Bannon and others who thought we need to explain to Americans today that Communist China presents a real threat to our existence. And so we've been doing everything we can to explain to the American people the nature of this threat. And we see here in year 4 of the Trump administration officials standing up and echoing many of the arguments we've been making. And so I think that's very both gratifying and encouraging for our countrymen that they're hearing from not just us and not just from President Trump, but the rest of his administration, that indeed Chinese malfeasance is not going to go unchecked.
What's so good about that is 10 years ago I was in the Pentagon and I was talking to them about the Chinese economic threat. But most of America has looked at me and said, well, China's our banker, right? China makes the goods that we purchase at Walmart and that we enjoy and all that. So, China, they would never harm us. They like us. We're their best customer. And then I had the privilege of meeting Rosemary. And Rosemary, it's been a couple of years and you were one of the first guests on the Economic War Room. But you talked about the China threat in a way that was so personal that my dad and my in-laws and everybody that I knew, when I said, hey, did you know? Tell us about what you discovered and why you wrote the book China RX.
Well, thank you, Kevin.
The reality is that so many of our medicines we depend on China for, even during the coronavirus pandemic. We depend on China for most of the core materials to make the drugs we need to help people recover when they're in the hospital. And this was exposed for the first time in the book China RX. And you're absolutely right. It takes what Brian said and tells a story to make it real for people. And wherever you are on the political spectrum, Democrat, Republican, everything in between, whether you're an industry titan, member of Congress, in the executive branch, or just the average person on the street, if you go into any hospital today, even brand name hospitals, you're going to be dependent on that 1-cent pill made in China.
Oh. And when I read your book and I read about heparin and realized that everybody that gets any surgery whatsoever needs a blood thinner of some type, and yet people died because they just didn't have the quality control.
That's right, and here we are in the middle of a pandemic, and we saw what happened with substandard masks that didn't protect people, testing kits that didn't work, gowns that were contaminated with bacteria meant for operating rooms. And of course, we've had medicines with carcinogens in them that millions of Americans were taking. And just think about what we've learned in the context of the pandemic. We are unprepared for biowarfare.
Oh.
Wuhan not only was the source and location of the virus, but it's also a pharma alley for antibiotics that we need to treat people, like azithromycin. Think about that. So you control the weapon, and you control the antidote. And the public now is understanding this. And I'm really heartened to see policymakers on both sides of the aisle. It's hard to avoid this.
Big announcement from Kodak regarding Kodak.
That's right. This morning at 6 a.m., article came out in the Wall Street Journal saying that Kodak in upstate New York will be creating 350 jobs to open up a plant. They're getting a loan from the Development Finance Corporation, and they're going to be making some of these core ingredients that are needed for our essential drugs. Because one thing you learn during a pandemic, you can't rely on anybody. You can't rely on your allies. The UK shut down exports. Half of the EU countries shut down exports. And it's understandable, because you need those products for your own people. So we have to have some degree of self-sufficiency just for the most essential drugs. So today's announcement was great, but we have a lot more work to do. We need 50 of those. Yeah,
well, our health depends on addressing the China threat, and that's a real issue that you've brought up. Kodak does a transition, because I'm watching CNBC this morning and watching the ticker roll by before the market opens, and Kodak, which is a $2 stock, is all of a sudden an $8 stock. And I was like, what happened? Have we given up digital photography? Are we going back? You know, and that talks about the power of the financial markets, where I want to bring you in, Chris, and talk about what we've seen as the China threat in our financial markets.
Well, the Chinese have been tapping our financial markets for the better part of the last 10 years to fund their rise, and to fund their military rise, to fund human rights abuses, while they destroy the planet. And so one of the things that we've been focused on is just taking a look at how they're accessing our capital markets. How is it possible that Chinese companies could be in the United States capital markets and not abide by the same rules as American companies?
Now describe that. What does it mean when we're not abiding by the same rules?
There was an agreement in 2013 which specifically permits Chinese companies not to have financial examinations. So what that means specifically to an investor is the following. In American companies, we put forth financial audits. Those audits are examined by our regulators, which means that you can verify whether or not the company is doing what it says it's doing, using invoices, doing business with other companies, and so forth. In China, when we try to do that, what happens is you get a stiff arm from the Chinese government, and they say, no, it's a national security privilege. You can't look at these documents. You're just going to have to trust us. The company's good, and whoever it does business with is good.
And what's the end result for an American investor who wants to buy into the Chinese market? I want to make a lot of money because China's the hot market. That's where I'm going to make my money, because half of Wall Street's telling us that constantly. So what's the end result if nobody's looking at the auditors and the audits?
Well, the end result is fraud, and the revelation that Wall Street has been peddling a lie for the last 10 years.
And that's Luckin Coffee.
Luckin Coffee is just one in a long line of frauds.
Yeah.
The fraud started with the reverse mergers, and they continued on with Luckin Coffee, and then there's been 2 more, Tal Education and a couple others that have revealed themselves. And you have King May Pharmaceuticals, which is another one. So what you have is just systemic and pervasive defrauding of American investors.
Yeah, no, and we wouldn't allow this from American companies. They wouldn't be allowed to list, they wouldn't be allowed to remain, they'd be delisted and everything else if they don't meet these criteria. But real people are losing real money. People are losing their life if they get tainted pharmaceuticals, and they're losing their money if they're buying into some of these Chinese accounting frauds, right?
Right, and now the Chinese have found another way to usurp our laws by putting companies that are specifically listed in China into indexes, which is the creation, the ingenious creation by Wall Street financiers. Let's create an index so that it can bypass all of the rules of our securities laws and put companies in them, and then tell the buyer of that index, oh, beware, these could be fraudulent companies, or they could be on the sanctions list, or they could be on the do not do business list. This is insanity that people are putting their money into these companies. And what we've been asking, what the committee's been asking, what it's been pushing for, is that these indexes with companies in them from China be removed from our marketplace. There is no good reason for American money to be funneled out of this country and into China, going straight to the Communist Party, when it should stay here funding middle-class entrepreneurs, workers of this country to create jobs and grow this economy.
Yeah, well, there's some good news on this. And Frank, I'm going to ask you to talk about the Thrift Savings Plan, because you pounded the table for months on the issue of the Thrift Savings Plan. Tell us about the Thrift Savings Plan and what the committee has helped to accomplish.
With pleasure, but let me start by saying thank you, Kevin, first of all, for Economic War Room and the incredible work that you're doing, which helps in some of these very causes. It's indispensable. Thanks, too, for the Falkirk Center for putting together this program, which I think has just been sensational, highly informative, and bringing together the right kinds of people, including these folks with whom I'm privileged to work with, among other things, the Committee on the Present Danger of China. One of the things that we took guidance from people like Chris on, and our colleague Roger Robinson, was when we discovered that this problem of putting our money in the hands of companies that are involved in everything from human rights violations to the national security imperiling of our country, we're going to have added to the list of investors several millions of present and previous federal government employees, civilian and military. And when you looked at that and you realized that that would translate into, as an example, persons currently serving in uniform having their retirement savings invested in companies building the weapons with which they might be killed. And frankly, that was not just crazy, but it was morally repugnant. And we worked hard as a committee and as individuals, and with Chris's terrific organization, the American Securities Association, and Roger Robinson's RWR advisory group and the Prague Security Studies Institute, a coalition came together pleading with President Trump to intervene. And I think after an enormous amount of stonewalling by some of his subordinates, and I want to single out as one of the real malefactors in all of this, the Treasury Secretary of the United States, Steven Mnuchin, who is a Wall Street guy, a Goldman Sachs guy, and is personally, I believe, as well as professionally, deeply invested in underwriting the Chinese communist threat. Now, he wouldn't put it quite that way, but that's the practical effect of it. And I think he was among those who were saying to the president, oh, no, you don't need to worry about this thrift savings plan, and was actually moving it along. And in the end, fortunately, thanks be to God, word got to the president. And immediately he responded as we knew he would, which was to say, no, we're not going to do that. And he intervened with the help of Larry Kudlow, his chief economic advisor, and Robert O'Brien, his chief national security advisor. And they wrote not one actually, but now two very important letters, Kevin, which I know is available through economicwarroom.com, also presentdanger.com. You can find some of the best, clearest articulation of the kinds of problems we're discussing here and you do all the time from senior US government officials. And to that number now have been added the director of the FBI and the Attorney General of the United States, and most recently the Secretary of State. And all of them are now singing, as Brian said, off of essentially our hymn book, because it's right to be recognizing the threat the Chinese Communist Party represents, and it's wrong to be enabling it, especially with our money.
Yeah, and we're enabling a lot of things. And one of the things I want to bring up here is the elephant in the room. I mean, when I landed in Washington, I noticed on my phone it said 5G up in the corner. It's not actual 5G. It's not the same kind of 5G that we've been promised and that's coming, but that number scares me because I know a lot of the 5G equipment is made by Huawei. One of those companies where we have to be careful. The government says, oh, don't buy their equipment, but they've been selling around the world. Let's talk about that. Right? Well, Brian, what are your thoughts on 5G and what we need to do regarding that?
Yeah, I mean, that really is a great question. I think it starts with, are we as a country going to make the investment in an alternative system to the one being developed by Huawei? I mean, we were told initially, all Americans, well, they've got such a lead on this, that would be a waste of time and money to try to suggest any alternative. If we go to any foreign competitor, well, they're gonna have some relationship to Huawei as well. We as a country, if we want to secure our information and our intellectual property, and America, if it's anything, it's the creation of intellectual property, whether it's Silicon Valley or Hollywood or Wall Street or any part of America where you have information workers producing intellectual property, the protection of that is critical. We as a country need to develop a system that is completely secure and an alternative to whatever Huawei or the Chinese are producing. Because to give away that intellectual property is to give away the future of the country, as National Security Advisor O'Brien said. And so I think it's one thing to say it, now we have to do it. Good that we're stopping Huawei where we are, but we need to make major investments so that the alternative is real and available as we build out these systems across the country.
If the backbone of the next generation of the information economy is controlled by China, I mean, we know what China does with currently hacking and stealing of intellectual property. General Spalding was up on this stage yesterday as an expert on that, but they're doing it in pharmaceuticals too. We're seeing the Chinese are trying to steal the coronavirus treatments in theft. So Rosemary?
Sure, massive theft of the research that's going on for vaccines for coronavirus. That's probably billions and billions of dollars of human intellectual capital that's leaving the country. And it's destroying our R&D capability and eventually our industrial base to be able to do this work in the future. Families want to have jobs for their children and grandchildren. And these are good paying jobs that give you a sense of purpose in life, that you can serve humanity by restoring health and preventing disease. And we're losing that as we speak. We have to turn off the spigot and protect what we have, otherwise there'll be nothing left.
You know, I come into this business as a former Templeton portfolio guy. I worked for John Templeton, who was arguably the founder of global investing. no one led global investing more than Sir John Marks Templeton. And I visited China and the Shenzhen Stock Exchange with Dr. Mark Mobius, who's the premier emerging market manager of the world. Still doing a great job. Dr. Mobius, great guy. And yet, I find myself telling people we cannot invest in China, which is something that I was sold starting 1990, 1991. I sold for a decade on you have to invest in China because that seemed like that was the right thing to do and so forth. And now I'm saying,
You've come a long way, baby.
Oh my goodness. I said, we can't do this because you put together a portfolio and you realize half your portfolio, or not half, but a portion of your portfolio is stealing the intellectual property from another portion of your portfolio, and you're literally investing against yourself. Which goes back to this, I want to bring in the issue. The letter was written, Frank, to the Labor Secretary, right? We can't do this. And the Labor Secretary has put out a couple of really important letters. One of them was on Thrift Savings Plan, and the other one was a comment on ESG. And they're open for comments now on ESG. And it seems like the
Better spell that acronym out.
Environmental, social, and social justice is what I think, and governance. So we're holding American companies to this certain standard. You have to invest this certain way, aligned with these philosophical tenets, which is a whole other issue. We talk about the economic war room because I think that the idea of investing should be to get the best possible legal return. Right. But I want to bring you in on this, Chris, because ESG, Secretary Scalia is asking for information on this. Talk about the role of ESG and China.
So you're bringing up a great point, and I just want to tie one thing together before we address the ESG in China, but it's that you said that one side of the portfolio could be stealing from another, and I think that's exactly right. I think we're sending money to China to fund its cyber army, which then attacks us. It attacks our accounts, it attacks our companies. They have said that they were going to stop stealing intellectual property, which no company has ever disclosed that its intellectual property has been stolen, but yet it's a huge problem that we have to stop. So I completely agree with you that this is part of the absurdity of what we're doing to embolden China. The other piece of the absurdity has to go directly to the environmental, social, and governance regime. And Secretary Scalia has put forth a very practical and reasonable proposal which says you must focus on getting the best return for your beneficiaries of your ERISA plan, retirement plan. And the issue here is
and by the way, Morningstar just reported out and said all advisors should oppose that, and Morningstar suggested that every advisor should be promoting ESG. And Morningstar is if you're not in the industry, you may not be familiar, but you grew up with Morningstar. Advisors look at Morningstar as like Bible, right? And they rate funds and they rate all these things. And Morningstar just said you have to support ESG.
That's right. Well, that's because they're part of the Wall Street cabal, along with MSCI and others who actually profiteer from advising and then creating ratings related to ESG. But to the extent that that is true, that all advisors must put their clients into ESG, then what that means to me is that every single advisor needs to look at the portfolio of their clients, from indexes to individual companies, and rip out the Chinese companies. Take every index out of there. Why? Because these people do not abide by environmental rules and regulations. They use slave labor to make micro components, iPhones, and so forth.
And shoes and clothing.
And Nikes and everything else. And so what you have is a situation where some in the elite establishment want to have it their way, but only on one portion of their way. And that's not how it works. If we're going to have ESG, then it needs to apply equally to everybody so that American companies aren't disadvantaged, and Chinese companies who operate in China, and any American company that operates in China, gets to have to deal with the exact same prohibitive requirements that ESG puts on it.
So you could be morally consistent and say, I don't believe in ESG and I don't want to invest in China. That's a morally consistent position. Or you could be morally consistent and say, I do believe in ESG and therefore I will not invest in China. Or you could say, I believe in China because I want the, quote, best possible return, not that I think you'll get it because of the fraud issue and everything else, and I won't invest in ESG. But it's not possible morally to be consistent to say, I believe in ESG and I will invest in China.
Can I just
jump in.
make a perhaps outlandish observation? But I think it's true. And I just want to say this directly to the investors in our audience. The people like, Larry Fink, for example, of BlackRock, or Ray Dalio of Bridgewater, or Steve Schwartzman, and these other masters of the universe. Schwartzman's at Blackstone. To the extent that they are buying in on this ESG agenda, the practical effect of that, the thing that makes it actually consistent, Kevin, is it's in the interest of communist China to be doing that to our industries. I mean, you know better than anybody, Kevin. You report on this all the time. You live in Dallas, Texas. ESG is fundamentally, let's be clear, the vehicle for trying to impose the AOC Green New Deal agenda through American boardrooms, through portfolios, on the rest of us, meaning taking down one of the most important, if arguably not actually the most important, of our industrial sectors, our energy sector. What could be better for China than to have the United States unilaterally dismantling one of its great strengths? So, you know, there's been some fascinating reporting on this of late, including by our friend Maria Bartiromo. As she's been talking with the Attorney General, in addition to the speech that he's made, and Ray Dalio, among others, the truth of the matter is these guys in Wall Street are actually playing for the other team.
Yep.
And I don't think it's too strong to suggest that that's treasonous in a time of war. And interestingly enough, Ray Dalio on Maria's show twice now on Fox News has actually said, we are at war. He says we're at war on technology, we're at war on trade, we're at war on geopolitics, and maybe on the capital markets too, he says. If we don't understand that's what we're up against, is an enemy that is determined to destroy us, and that it is madness for us to be helping them do it, and actually treasonous, then we deserve the fate we're going to have.
Yeah, you can't be morally consistent and support ESG and investing in China, but you can be intellectually consistent if you want China to win.
Exactly.
And that is the only possible explanation.
Exactly.
You know, when you, Occam's razor, the simplest explanation, that's it. There are people on Wall Street playing with China's interests at heart. Right. And that's a frightening thing.
Yeah. And to his credit, the Attorney General called them out. He said, if their counterparts in the 1930s and 40s had had the same attitude, and some did, truthfully, but if they had en masse, we'd be speaking German, he said.
There actually were some economic traders during the 1930s and 40s that were supporting the Nazi regime, and fortunately...
Henry Ford got a decoration from the Third Reich for his service to it.
And it's not just Wall Street, it's the pharmaceutical industry too. It is, you go across the board and you look at the effort. China has really done a number on this nation because, you know, 20 years ago when they wrote Unrestricted Warfare, now 21, almost 22 years ago, nobody listened. Nobody believed it because we always thought, well, they support us, they invest in our bonds, they're such good allies. But when you have circumstances like you've documented, Rosemary, where people have literally died, if that were an American company and American pharmaceutical company and they produced a drug that killed people, what would happen to that company?
Well, in this case, there were a lot of cases filed, but the reality is if it's a Chinese company, you have no recourse.
Right.
And, you know, just to underscore this point, whose team are people on? There has been in the wings a Buy American executive order that would have the Department of Defense, the VA, the Strategic National Stockpile, and HHS use our taxpayer dollars to buy medicines, medical countermeasures we need during a pandemic, to buy from US-based manufacturers, and what that will do is reinvigorate our industrial base, assure our national security, our health security. And it's stunning and remarkable to see the opposition to buy American for essential drugs for our veterans, for our military, for our seniors. There's actually been headlines saying, buy American could cause more harm than good. Earlier this year, special interests in Washington circulated a letter to the president saying, oh, we can't buy American. And we're not talking about returning the whole supply chain here, just those 200, 300 drugs you need for a healthcare system to function, which is our 18% of our GDP. They came out and said, oh no, if we buy American, that will disrupt our supply chains.
Can't have that.
And then, a couple days later, at the G20 virtual meeting, Chinese leadership said, oh no, we don't want to mess with our supply chains. It was the exact same language and message. And here's what's happening. Here's why we're seeing what we're seeing, the opposition. I remember talking to a gentleman who used to work for IBM. And if you have a ThinkPad, it used to be made by IBM, and now it's made in China. I said, so how did that happen? He said, well, we wanted to get into China market, higher-end products, 1.3 billion people. So we basically gave away that technology to China to curry favor. The exact same thing has happened with our generic drugs. They're commodity products, not going to make a lot of money like the branded products. So companies that want to do a lot of business in China with their branded medicines to sell them to 1.3 billion people are throwing our whole generic industry, again, 90% of our medicines, handing it over to China. And this was confirmed by someone who worked in one of these big companies and watched it happen. All the specs to make our antibiotics, not licensing, just giving it away. And as someone in the industry wrote on the back of China RX in a comment, the American people have been thrown under the bus. So we have to decide, whose side are you on? And meanwhile, with the recent executive order on importing medicines from Canada, that's viewed as unsafe. It's unsafe to import medicines from Canada. But there's nothing about how it's unsafe to import medicines from China.
Oh.
Unbelievable.
And the American people understand this now. The mask has come off, so to speak, and they're understanding the games that are being played with something that's so personal.
Yeah. Well, we're called the economic war room for a reason. This is economics, and at the bottom line, it's all about the money. So, Brian, are we in an economic war with China?
Yes, but let's be clear, we couldn't even use the phrase economic war until very recently. And your own work really has been to socialize among smart people the notion that we're in an economic war. And so getting that right is essential. Look, Americans were sold the idea that globalism would make them wealthy. Well, globalism made somebody wealthy, some group wealthy. It made
Wall Street.
It made financiers on Wall Street wealthy. The American worker, he did not get wealthy over this. He became ever more poor. Abraham Lincoln was asked at the Wisconsin State Fair back in, I think, 1860, what was superior, capital or labor? Now, you talk to most Republicans, they would think, well, I wonder how he answered that. And you would think he might say capital, because capital creates jobs, et cetera. He said labor, surprisingly. He said free men working as laborers can make money and eventually start their own businesses, and that the government had to have a view of protecting labor as in the free labor of a free people, so that they can make money. Globalism, Their view is whatever helps Wall Street and finance and capital, that's good. The American worker, not so important. Donald Trump comes along and says, wait a minute, what about the American worker? How do we protect him? Who is going after him today? And it's a combination, as you've said, of both Wall Street and China. Let's move their labor, that of the American people, to China.
Yeah.
Let them get rich. And the American worker, on the other hand, is going to suffer. And that's what we see.
Yeah, and the threat is just, it's striking because it's your life, your livelihood, and your way of life. We're talking about all three of it. The life from the pharmaceutical drugs, your livelihood, whether you get to keep a job or whether you get to invest in the future. And it comes down to even way of life. I mean, I think Roy Jones, you all familiar with Roy Jones, Marriott employee. Roy, working away happily for Marriott in Nebraska, his job was to find on social media when positive things were said about Marriott. And a Tibetan group happened to stay at a Marriott, have a good experience, and they liked the fact that Marriott treated them well. So he's like, hey, my job is to like that tweet. And he did. He liked the tweet. He said, yay. Chinese Communist Party informed Marriott that they might lose some of their hotels in China if they didn't fire Roy Jones. He had no idea that he'd done something wrong. Social credit score happening right here in the United States, lost his job because he said something. You know, you see the same thing with LeBron James, you know, trying to protect the NBA and everything else. The idea is that China is going to constrict our way of life, which is free speech. Who wants to talk about social credit scores?
Well, can I add a sort of a piece about our life and livelihoods?
Yeah.
And it's sort of a social credit score. You know, during this pandemic, one of the things that we've learned is that in Australia, the Sydney Morning Herald reported that there was a Chinese investor who owned 34 hospitals in Australia. And during a pandemic, said to the government, well, we're going to close down these hospitals unless you pay us more money. What this is illustrating, we've talked about basic medicines that we need and China makes them. That is just the tip of the iceberg. And that big iceberg is the infiltration by China of our civilian and military healthcare systems.
Right.
Again, life,
It's
livelihood, way of life.
collecting the DNA, it's medical devices, medical equipment, and eventually ownership of hospitals and other healthcare facilities. In Canada, the Chinese Communist Party owns nursing homes. Think about that. And so we have to look at it not just from a manufacturing and industrial base perspective, but what kind of investments are coming here into this country, deep into our system. So we need a strategy with the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States as well, the manufacturing side, because the impact on our life and livelihoods would be so profound, and the sense of helplessness people would feel would be off the charts.
It's very real.
Can I tie a couple of these things together?
Yeah.
Because one company that is in our capital markets, that is deeply engaged in oppression of the Chinese people, and that we just learned is actually a communist Chinese military company, identified as such by the Pentagon, one of over 20 that are doing business in this country. To your point about where's CFIUS, this Committee on Foreign Investment, they're doing business in our country. What is the business of the People's Liberation Army? The last time I checked, it is destroying the United States of America. What on earth are we doing, having 20+ companies of the People's Liberation Army doing business in our country? But to this very point, the social credit system of China, which is used to incarcerate at least 1 million, I've heard as many as 3 million Uyghurs, that is used to monitor Christians and Tibetans and Buddhists of other kinds and
Falun Gong and
Falun Gong and well, for that matter, every Chinese, is made possible by Hikvision. Because Hikvision's surveillance state apparatuses, cameras, and the work that it does on facial recognition and gait recognition, the big data, the quantum computing, all of this is put together to enable essentially real-time, 24/7 monitoring of everybody by the Chinese Communist Party. And it's being underwritten by Wall Street.
Yep.
And the worst of it is, in a way, bad as all of that is, they're exporting it.
Yeah.
So, as Rosemary was just indicating, maybe it's incremental here at the moment. I think the healthcare system is one of the main lines of attack. Our friend David Goldman says they are all about big data in the healthcare industry. But here's the kicker. The spread of the Chinese Communist Party's influence, whether it's through the Belt and Road Initiative or whether it's through deep penetration and subversion and corruption or all of the above, is enabled by some of these companies that we are bankrolling to engage in this kind of activity. It's scandalous. It's not actually legal to do business with the Hikvision,
Well,
but you can invest in it.
let's take a look at what happened in just 20 years. In the year 2000, when the U.S.-China trade deal was up for a vote in Congress, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce was having a meeting of businesses that were going to go up to the Hill to lobby for it. And a Chinese delegation came down Connecticut Avenue and gave those businesses in the Chamber of Commerce their talking points. And they tracked to see whether those companies did the right bidding, who they visited. So that was 2000.
Wow.
So where are we in, say, 2019? The DC Metro system put out a bid for new rail cars. And fortunately, the two senators in Maryland and the two senators in Virginia, it shows how real it is, said, no way will you still get federal funding if China, which has done this in other cities, if China builds those rail cars. And here's why. It would have facial recognition technology on those cars.
Of course.
So think of everybody who takes the metro in DC. People work on the Hill, in the court system, in the executive branch, in industry. They know exactly who's going where and when and who they're meeting. And the second thing is you'd have free Wi-Fi. A great hunting ground to find out what's going on in government and industry.
Yeah, there's no question. I mean, if you're the African National Congress and you ask the Chinese to build your headquarters, and they do, and then you find bugs everywhere.
African National Union.
Yes, and then there's this story of an individual. He says, I don't see what the big deal is. I'm an American. I used to work in New York. Now I work in Beijing. Every night, I go to work during the day. Every night I go out and have drinks with my friends. I have dinner with my friends. And all of a sudden, it's all the same. You know, America, China, it's all the same, morally equivalent. And then one night, he shows up for drinks. And when he arrives, he's shaken. What's wrong? And he says, I was walking here and I did something I've done in New York 100 times. I've done it here 100 times, but I got a picture on my phone sent to me by a message that says, you just jaywalked and you're being fined, and the fine is already removed from your checking account and you've lost social credit points. And he was shaken. And like you said, Frank, what starts in Las Vegas stays in Las Vegas, but what starts in China does not stay in China. Amen. That is the intention, to bring it here. And if they hack the Office of Personnel Management, and they did, and Equifax, and all of these other things, and they gather our data, including your 23andMe health information, and they hack TikTok, they have all this information. They can control us. They can send you a message on your smart device and say, we own you, you will do this. And that's what we're facing. That is a very real, direct threat on your personal liberty, your economic liberty, and your health. Every one of them is directly threatened by China. This is not our traditional warfare. It's going to hit your money, everything else.
So can we just pivot to one of the things that I'm particularly excited that the Committee on the Present Danger China is supporting, but you personally are in the vanguard on it. I want to again thank the Falkirk Center for the role that it's playing. Would you talk a little bit about patriotic investing and the alternatives to ESG that you've been trying to educate people to pursue?
Yeah, and I'd like to bring Chris in on this because maybe 10 years ago, we kind of saw this coming, and I'd written books on Pentagon reports and so forth, saw this coming, and we said, we've got to get to financial advisors because Wall Street's corrupt. We got to get to the individual client-facing advisor. It could be the stockbrokers that are in the member firms of the American Securities Association. It could be independent financial planners. We got to get to them because they're client-facing. And Wall Street, the big firms on high, the Goldman Sachs of the world, may push this idea that we got to do ESG and you got to do China. And that may coming from Larry Fink and BlackRock or whatever. But my father was a broker originally at Stifel Nicholas. I think Stifel Nicholas is a part of your association. And he cared what his clients thought as much or more as what he cared what the firm thought. And those guys, they're mobile, they can change firms and so forth. The clients were what mattered to him. And when the clients realized that they were investing things against their personal values, and when they were woke to that, they started to say to my dad, hey, I want to invest patriotically. So I grew up with this. I grew up with the idea. So instead of ESG, we came up with LSV. And we're going to have a panel on this. We hired John McLaughlin, who did a poll to see what American investors really want. They want liberty, security, and values. Even high net worth investors, you ask them the top things they're most interested in, they say family and country. Those are the top two on the polls. Wow. ESG are way down the list of what they're interested in. But we can't talk the Wall Street firms into that. They're sold off to the globalist agenda. So we're training financial advisors to help clients get what they want with their portfolio. If it's your money, why should it not be invested in how you want it invested? Why does it have to be the way some god on Wall Street, master of the universe, says? So we're training financial advisors in conjunction with Liberty University starting this fall, where you can send your advisor. You can go to economicwarroom.com/advisor. Give us the name of your advisor, and we'll contact them and ask them if they want to be part of this training program. Because when we ask individual clients, they want their money invested to their values. Either give me the best possible return and not hurt my country, or invest it in liberty, security, and Western civilization values. So Chris, you've got members, and your members, they don't want to see America destroyed. They're Main Street America.
That's right. And one of the things we did, actually, talking about the theme that hits home on this, and just what we were talking about before, we sued the Securities and Exchange Commission because they actually created a rulemaking that would require the SEC to form a database that takes every American investor's personally identifiable information and their financial information and centralizes it here in Washington. And our point of view was, first of all, that's a violation of privacy of our customers, and we're going to stand up for it. And second of all, this is ripe one-stop shop for cyber criminals, right? Especially from China. And they're known to do this. And then we have the SEC chair constantly pushing back on us from Wall Street. So
the guy who, by the way, when he was on Wall Street, did the lawyering for the largest, at the time, IPO in Wall Street history, namely Alibaba, one of the huge Chinese Communist Party-tied conglomerates. So do you think he might have a conflict of interest? I don't want to put you on the spot, Chris. I think he has a conflict of interest. Jay Clayton has a conflict of interest. And this is the guy who is running our Securities and Exchange Commission. This is the guy who is absolutely fine with that MOU that says the Chinese don't have to comply with our securities laws and regulations. This is the guy who is pushing back, along with Mnuchin and these others, on basically the entire administration's clear-eyed course correction on not enabling the Chinese Communist Party to be an even bigger threat to us in the future than it is today. It's scandalous.
And the reason I bring up this database is because If there was a very progressive administration that came in, they could use this database to scrutinize what's in your portfolio and then look to see whether you were an ESG investor or you weren't an ESG investor. And maybe then they start to tell you that you can't access the market until you have a specific percentage of your portfolio allocated towards these investments.
Or maybe towards treasury bonds, because if we get into financial trouble, they try and force that. That's how we fund the government. What I love about the association that you represent is the fact that your member firms care about their customers.
That's exactly right.
And the country.
And the country. Well, the customers care about the country. And so by default, you can't be a member firm and be against America in the American Securities Association because the customers are Americans.
That's right. And I think on your values investing, the thing that your retail investor audience needs to understand is every dollar you put into an index that's run by 3 companies, State Street, BlackRock, Vanguard, gives them the power and control to implement any agenda, political, social, or otherwise, into the boardroom. It gives them the ability to inject politics that should be debated, discussed by representatives of people here in Washington in the boardroom. And when you start to see chaos in America and companies picking sides because they're worried about a liberal establishment press beating down their door, this is exactly what is happening. This is why it's happening. They wouldn't have any pressure to do that on them if it wasn't for all of this index and passive investment. So when you think about the liberty and value investing, if you're going to do it, then it must be in an index that is unrelated to people who don't have your best agenda and your best interest at heart.
No question. You know what I think is interesting? Frank, you came out of the Defense Department. You work there. We have been discussing for about an hour warfare, and we have not once mentioned actual kinetic military capability. That's not even been discussed. That's still a threat with China. We have been funding that. We have been supporting it. Our military is under threat because they may not get the medicines that they need in order to fight. I mean, if there were an anthrax attack, God forbid, do we have the medicine to stop that? But tell us a little bit about the Chinese military threat and how that's advanced.
Well, I think, for the record, I did mention it in response to your first question about the Thrift Savings Plan. The idea that our military personnel would be investing in companies like Hikvision and like Huawei and like others that are tied to the Chinese Communist Party's military-industrial complex is obscene and reckless, especially since what those various industrial giants now in China, whether it's the shipbuilding giants, China shipbuilding industry, whether it's the aviation industry corporation, AVIC, whether it's any number of others that are involved in building out the South China Sea telecommunications networks that support their ability to project power and exercise dominion over those vital strategic waters. Talk about commercial waters. There's $1 trillion or so of commerce that passes through or over them every year. And the Chinese now will be able to say, you can't do that without our permission. But the buildup, Kevin, to your point, the buildup of all of these capabilities, it's been described to me I do a radio show with you, among others, every day called Secure Freedom Radio. We talk about this relentlessly because one of the things that's happening now is not only that the Chinese Communist Party's military-industrial complex is, with our money, building more ships, planes, missiles, submarines, exotic weapons of various kinds, including nuclear ones.
And space.
And acquiring the capability to dominate space and build out this colonial infrastructure that will enable them to further project power. They're doing all of that quantitatively in ways that overmatch us, and increasingly theirs are going to be qualitatively superior to ours, their ships, their planes, their missiles, and so on. So the combination of all of this, Kevin, and I'm glad we were able to get to this very directly, of the various other kinds of warfare that, as you have so importantly pointed out, is built into the strategy of unrestricted warfare, which was written before they had the option of kinetic. They have that option now. And I think it's a very odds-on bet that they will use that kinetic warfare, if not against us directly, against Taiwan.
Against Taiwan, exactly.
Perhaps others out there, but probably against us as well, because we might get in the way of what they have in mind for Taiwan.
And you stop and you think about that. Taiwan is watching what happened in Hong Kong, and they're saying, look at this. And if you want to see how much they're embedded in our system, start a meme, Hong Kong Lives Matter, and tweet that out and put that out and see, because there are people in Hong Kong who have disappeared and been killed by the Chinese Communist Party. Good, solid, wonderful people killed. Lots of them, more than perhaps have been killed by police officers and Black Lives Matter and so forth.
Considerably more.
If you're woke to caring about lives, you should be woke to caring about the Hong Kong lives. And you put that down and you will be snuffed out in conversation. You will be told you can't, it's not appropriate. Canceled. Cancel culture. So you see all of the tie-ins and the insidious nature to control. You know, this is what we talk about in the economic war room all the time. And in fact, we'll have a battle plan from this episode like we do every episode. You go to economicwarroom.com and you can click and download the battle plan. It's going to have the backgrounds on Frank and Chris and Rosemary and Brian, and it's going to talk about the issues, and we'll recap all of the issues that are involved here, and then we'll give you links to information where you can actually go and look it up for yourself. You don't take our word for it. It's all valid, it's all justified, it's all supported, and it's all written in Chinese military doctrine, unrestricted warfare, and we've been talking about it for a long time. Now it's very real, and it's coming after you. We say this all the time in the economic war room. We say what we see as a marketplace to get our stocks, marketplace to get our drugs, marketplace to be on Twitter. We see that as a marketplace. Oh yeah, because it's a global economy. Our enemies view as a battle space, and China is a master at capturing almost every one of these battle spaces. So I want to thank you all for being part of the Economic War Room today. And I want to encourage all of our viewers, go download the battle plan. Realize this is directed at you. It's directed at your health, it's directed at your job, it's directed at your ability to speak or keep a job or invest your money. However it is, it's directed at very real things. And you haven't seen it for 20 years, and it's all coming to the front right now.
Amen.
So thank you all. This is Kevin Freeman from the Economic War Room.
I thought I was watching videos of you with that haircut. I thought, what's that like?
All right. Excellent. We are live at Trump International Hotel here in Washington, D.C. Hey, everybody. For those who are tuning in online, I'm the executive director of the Falkirk Center for Faith and Liberty at Liberty University. My name is Ryan Helfenbein. I'm joined here on stage with Dr. Sebastian Gorka. Say hello to everyone.
Greetings, everyone. Thanks for joining us today.
All right. And we have Charlie Kirk, president of Turning Point USA, co-founder of the Falkirk Center for Faith and Liberty.
Thank you, Ryan. Glad to be here.
It's great to be here. And then Aaron Elmore. And Aaron, I want you to introduce us real quickly. USA Strong, what is that?
Well, I am the executive director of USA Strong, and we are a grassroots organization focused on holding specifically China accountable. And I think that's something that's huge right now, given the coronavirus. The Pew Research Foundation basically had a study that came out and just said 91 of Americans, and I'm paraphrasing, have anti-Chinese sentiment right now. And of course, this is not directed towards the people. This is the CCP. And they're really harming the United States in every way imaginable. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring manufacturing jobs back to the United States. We want to help the United States enter fair trade deals. And we just really want to restore greatness to the American middle class.
Amen, amen. And Charlie, I want just real quick, give us a brief synopsis of the Falkirk Center. I know President Falwell is likely tuning in online and joining with Liberty students as well, but just a brief synopsis of the Falkirk Center.
Yeah, well, first I want to just say it's incredible to be partnered with Liberty University. You know, I travel college campuses so the rest of the country doesn't have to. You know, I'm one of the few conservatives ever to speak at Stanford, Berkeley, UCLA, Brown in 1 year and survive and live to tell about it. And I could tell you that there is a crisis happening on college campuses right now, the likes of which is being ignored by most of the media or not even reported at all. And so I got to know Jerry, who's a complete incredible person, total American patriot, and completely incredible what he's done at Liberty. And we kind of got to talking, and we said, let's launch, at least in theory, a center that will be focused on the gospel of Jesus Christ and the first principles of the United States of America and the intersection between those two things, and how important that, actually how harmonic they are. And God bless Jerry Falwell Jr., who acted on it, and we've done some incredible things with more to come to really be a center at the only university I put my name behind, which is Liberty University, to be a front-facing organization on campus for students, but also to the rest of the country around why Christians need to be involved in the public square. Where do these ideas come from? Did the founders just come up with freedom of speech, or was it actually derived from biblical text, which of course it was? And so just honored to be here. Jerry's a dear friend, and I think that this summit that we're having today, especially with the focus on China, is so important. And you know, I just want to say Liberty University is the only school I would feel comfortable sending my kids to, or you know, any kid in the country for that matter.
Well, I want to echo that, Charlie. You know, I went to a secular state school a number of years ago and got an economics degree. But if you look at the state of the campus today, it is far from balanced. You see that neo-Marxist indoctrination is happening everywhere in a fury. And Dr. Gorka, I want to bring you in on this conversation. You just were recently appointed to a National Security Council on education, and I just wanted you to talk a little bit about that as well.
Yes, 2 weeks ago, the president nominated me for something called the National Security Education Board. That is a presidential appointment that tries to make sure that the national security establishment, whether it's the military, whether it's the intelligence community, has what it needs from private institutions, research think tanks, and colleges. And now more than ever, to counter what we just heard Charlie is fighting back against, which is the subversion of our education system. We know that China has been aggressively penetrating our schools with their Confucian centers and with all kinds of not only theft of intellectual property, but actually an information campaign to question the founding principles of our nation. So I'm very honored to be associated with President Trump's administration again, but we have a lot of work to do. I am delighted to be associated with the Falkirk Center, and I just have to say props to to Charlie for what he does, because this is a war. This is a war for the soul of our nation. When we look at just one thing and one thing alone, there's an incredible foundation, the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, that keeps alive the memory of all those who were killed by Karl Marx's ideology, and also all of those who are suffering today in communist nations. And every year they do a big poll, and it's a serious poll. It's with YouGov. The last Victims of Communism Foundation poll found last year that in America, 72% of millennials would prefer to live in a socialist or communist America. That's despite the fact that that ideology has taken the lives of 100 million human beings that we know of in the last century. That is despite the fact that today in China alone, let's not talk about Venezuela, North Korea, in China alone there are labor camps that US companies are profiting from to make their products to sell here in America. So we have a lot of work to do, and I commend Jerry, I commend the university for helping to have that Damascene moment for the American people when we realize we are at war and we didn't start it, the communists did, and China is at war with us as we speak at this summit today.
Very good. I just want to read this. In a 2016 survey carried out by Econ Journal Watch, it looked at voter registration among faculty members at 40 leading universities in fields of economics, history, law, psychology, journalism, communications. It found that Democrats outnumbered Republicans by an average of 11.5 to 1. In psychology, the ratio was 17.4 to 1, and in history, it was 33.5 to 1. There's an inordinate amount. I mean, there's no equality here whatsoever in terms of perspective. Charlie, you're around a lot of college campuses, and you see it's almost ravenous in terms of how destructive folks are on campus to especially conservative students. You're trying to put chapters where there is free speech on campus for Turning Point USA.
Well, yeah, we fight against it every day. That poll would be okay if the professors actually were teaching with neutrality. And the issue is that they allow their identity politically to seep into the classroom. And just look at the byproduct. Look at the result of this over a couple decades. You have entire generations that believe that we live in an awful country. And so we teach anger and ingratitude to a generation that should be incredibly thankful that they live in the most wealthy, prosperous country ever to exist in the history of the world, with a complete and total misrepresentation of history or no history at all. So instead of learning about Thomas Jefferson or Teddy Roosevelt or George Washington, they're reading from Nicole Hannah-Jones in the 1619 Project, who she herself is a clueless dolt who shouldn't ever be given any sort of meaningful platform at all whatsoever. And so it's a broader conversation that we must have of what is the role that higher education should play. So a lot of adults, a lot of parents in particular, have this very idealistic view of higher education, that it's something out of like Plato's Academy, where you go and you discuss big ideas and all of a sudden your kid is going to come more prepared to enter the world. Well, first of all, according to the New York Federal Reserve, 40% of recent college graduates over the last decade are now employed in jobs that don't require a college degree. Now, that is just the people that have graduated. The national graduation rate, according to the Department of Education, is 59%. So we have too many kids going to college, a lot drop out. So we're doing a disservice to those kids, many of whom are in minority communities, by the way. So they go back to their communities in debt and with their entire worldview demoralized because they now come back as a quote-unquote failure. They never should have been put into that four-year cycle in the first place. Then the kids that might graduate, they're studying North African migratory bird studies with a minor in underwater lesbian basket weaving. And if they're able to find any job whatsoever with that, it's probably a job that doesn't require a college degree. And I always say, so there's an entrance exam to go into the academy. Why is there not an exit exam? Why isn't there an exam to actually show us what you've learned? I mean, I would love to have a exit SAT exam that says, who is John Locke? If you can't answer that, you shouldn't get your philosophy degree. And look, I actually think you should be exposed equally to all ideas. The problem is they're not. The final point I'll say about is that we should be looking at root causes, and the left has been very effective at creating poisonous and cancerous root causes. You know, we as conservatives need to ask ourselves the question, or even if you're just a decent American and you don't like the direction the country is going culturally, why would we continue to send tax dollars and our children, our most prized possession, to institutions that have perfected the art of creating very unhappy, miserable people that aren't even more equipped to be into our market economy. And so Liberty's one of the few schools that does a tremendous job of it. And the list kind of gets very short after that. Most universities are hell-bent on playing their role in a Marxist takeover of Western society.
Can I add something?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Can I tie what Charlie just said into the events of the last 72 hours? So we've seen violence across the United States. In Portland alone, we had 49 police officers injured, 50 police officers injured, 47 arrests, and a disproportionate number of the arrests were who? It wasn't, well-to-do, entitled white students. It was teachers. Teachers, dozens of teachers. Hang on a second. We're talking about people who are saying we need to dismantle the system that is the greatest experiment in democracy the world has ever seen. When the chair of the Black Lives Matter chapter for New York states, quote, "If we don't get what we want, we will burn the system down." If you look at the website for Black Lives Matter, they say one of the things we target is the traditional nuclear family, which already has been destroyed in the black community. Let's just be clear here. They want to disassemble it even more. And when the founders of Black Lives Matter on video state not only that they are Marxists, they say we are trained Marxists. This isn't hyperbole. This isn't some crazy idea of an InfoWars fringe element on the right. This is in their own words, and this is what is happening in America today. So the challenge is enormous. We will not fix it in the next 97 days, but we have to speak the truth, and that is the charge to all of us. Whether you're watching, listening, whether you're a student at Liberty U, we cannot be afraid anymore.
And Dr. Gorka, you're not speaking in hyperbole. Places like NYU teach classes about not how to protest, but how to riot.
Right.
And these are actual classes that parents are putting their hard-earned tax dollars towards.
And I want to add something to this that I think we as conservatives don't talk about enough, which is the cultural element is probably the most important part. However, one of the reasons why people do engage in this kind of protest, of course, arson, I shouldn't say protest, this disruption, it's probably 10 to 12% of the American population that will always just be committed Bolsheviks. But when they start to get to be 25, 30 to 40%, I believe we as conservatives ignore the economic realities that really play into this, and just continually repeating dogma saying the American middle class is doing wonderful. I think, first of all, it ignores the distress signal that was the election of Donald Trump in 2016, where people were basically like, this is the only person who's ever communicated to us, go metaphorically disrupt the entire system. Where, look, it becomes a lot easier to dive into nihilism if after a decade you see your father and your parents not be able to accumulate any wealth and just debt. You lose faith in the system. So you have this cultural nonsense that it's taught, which is probably the most important part. But all of a sudden, to use a biblical analogy, the soil of which the seed is thrown on is also more fertile to grow a socialist jungle. If you don't see your wages going up and you see the economic realities harder and harder for working people to be made prosperous, I think we as conservatives need to be very honest about that, of what public policy has actually played a role into it. I think it actually creates the fertile ground for a socialist revolution.
And I also, to piggyback on that point, these people that are these anarchists, they do have the upper hand, unfortunately, in some cases, because in these liberal cities, there is no police force that is going to do anything. The district attorney isn't prosecuting them. Moreover, they are not tied to the community. They are not business owners in the community. They are not homeowners in the community. So there is a bit of an unfortunate upper hand there, because they have no interest in the prosperity of the community, and that's dangerous.
And if I may, we have an election coming up, and we think it's going to fix everything. For the first time ever, it really is true. Whether you're 18 or 88, this is the most important election of your lifetime. But if you think that this will all disappear on November 4th, if we re-elect my old boss, President Trump, you miss what Andrew Breitbart actually meant. Conservatives love to quote Andrew, that he said politics is downstream from culture. But has anybody actually stopped to understand what that means? It's great to throw it off and to say, I'm cool, I've read Andrew's book. But what does it mean? It only really occurred to me after I'd read his autobiography. And if you haven't read his book, Righteous Indignation, read it now. Because as a leftist, he calls himself a mindless leftist in college, he woke up. He had that moment when the scales fell from his eyes, and it was the Clarence Thomas hearing. And then he realized this isn't an accident, this is a systematic march through the institutions. And what did Andrew mean by politics is downstream from culture? It doesn't matter what the issue is you care about. If you're watching this right now, and for you, pro-life is the biggest thing, God bless you. Right now, we have the most pro-life president in the modern age. If it's the Second Amendment, great, good for you. Buy more ammo, go to the range. If it is the border, immigration, the deficit, great. But none of it matters. Whatever your favorite issue is, none of it matters by the time it arrives in this stinking cesspit that is Washington, D.C. Because that issue, whatever it is, immigration, the Second Amendment, the Supreme Court, it has been decided 20, 30, 40 years ago in the culture, in the movies, in the popular culture, in the schools. That's what Andrew meant. That's what we have to solve, and that's why Liberty U, that's why Turning Point, that's why everything that focuses on the culture, not just politics, is essential. Because we can win the political battle on the short term and lose the war if we don't take back the culture to the founding principles upon which this nation was founded.
Well, let me jump in there. So just about 2 years ago, the Coddling of the American Mind book came out. And in it, it discusses that we have this first generation of digital natives. So they've grown up with all this technology available to them. Any piece of information that they would want to have, it's available. They're going to the public school system. It's basically a bunch of leftist indoctrination. Once they leave that school, if they're on a digital device, all of that information through algorithms and selection and all of that is curated for them. So just about every element of the free mind is hijacked. So all the information is curated. Parents have no control. So we have a youth culture in which, just like Black Lives Matter, they want a Marxian revolution. They want a village to raise a child. They want to do away with the nuclear family completely, which, by the way, the nuclear family is really not rooted in the 1950s. It's the traditional family rooted in the Judeo-Christian ethic, which has been around since the dawn of time. So what they're trying to do essentially is get rid of the biblical family structure.
Correct.
So I want to talk a little bit about that. And so if you have parents who are watching, students who are watching, Liberty University, we're obviously about training up champions for Christ, the next generation of leaders in this country, and they've got a big fight.
Yeah,
Charlie.
look, we've seen the destruction of the American family, and part of it is culture. I completely agree. But part of it's economic. And again, this is something that we as conservatives don't talk about enough. In 1985, you could sustain a family of 4 with 35 weeks of middle-class labor. Now, in order to sustain a family of 4, it takes 53 weeks of middle-class labor. By default, the wife has to get into the workforce or the family goes into debt. Now, I'm all for women being in the workforce if they so choose, but I think it puts an unneeded pressure to either not have more children or to all of a sudden not have people in places in the early stage of childhood development where the mother should be around the child, a lot of the time. And so what happens over time is either we have less children, which we've seen, the natural born American birth rate is 1.7 times, which is not sustainable at all to keep the country and the culture going. So because of that, we have to have very, very lax immigration policies to try to keep our addiction to GDP growth going. And so you have very structural problems. And again, you have to understand that most of America, they want to live very stable lives. They do. Most of America wants to be able to raise 3 or 4 kids, go to church, and know that their kids are going to be better off than them. And I think we as conservatives need to pair the economic with the cultural. And if we don't, then we're just fooling ourselves. Now, mind you, here's my argument, is that Angela Davis today, she was around in the 1970s. She was there. The reason why Angela Davis is more popular and more wealthy than ever before, it's not that her arguments got any better. It's actually they've gotten worse. It's that she now has a population of kids that are $45,000 in debt. They're working at Starbucks and they're 31, and all of a sudden they're like, I remember you. You must have been right because you hated everything and I do too. Whereas the 31-year-old in the 1970s, by the time they turn 31, they're married, they have kids, they're like, that woman was whack, I'm gonna go to church. So all of a sudden when you have people materially lose investment in your country, the sociopathic, pathological Marxists start to make sense because you no longer see your life get better.
Very, very good point. And I'm just going to add to that, the Marxist revolution that was tried in the 1930s failed during the Great Depression, the USSR. The Soviets were trying to infiltrate our institutions here in the United States. They were largely unsuccessful because of the culture at that time. What cultural Marxists recognized is they couldn't win economic arguments.
That's right.
But as you're articulating, Charlie, it's the stress on financial institutions, on our way of life, GDP, manufacturing, all of those things, we're losing steam. We're living on borrowed capital. Go ahead.
But it wasn't just that realization. So after I read Andrew's book, I realized that there's a pattern here, there's a progression. This didn't come out of, it wasn't 8 years of Obama that brought us AOC. This is about 90 years of progression.
It's very Hegelian.
No, totally.
Let's get into that here in a minute.
Sure, go ahead. Yeah, ma'am, sorry.
Well, you can want to talk philosophy for hours, you talk to Charlie.
Anyone who said they've read Hegel hasn't, because I haven't. I know about Hegel.
I studied Hegel under the Jesuits, the old school Jesuits, so trust me, my mind has been to hell and back. So it's funny to say it like this, but it starts with an Italian cripple in a prison cell in the 1920s. That's
exactly right.
There's a guy called Antonio Gramsci, who is the great-great-grandfather of the New Left. And this isn't theory. In my last book, The War for America's Soul, I map the times, the dates, and the individuals, from Antonio Gramsci all the way to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And it's a progression. It's Adorno, it's Marcuse, it's the Frankfurt School, it is Saul Alinsky. And the big thing that these people brought to the table, the massive weapon, is that they realized the communist revolution a la Russia only works in backward feudal countries. You can only affect a communist takeover if most of your population is ignorant and if there is no middle class that is robust in its culture and can defend itself. So when it comes to America, they tried it in 1968. Bernardine Dawn, Bill Ayers, Days of Rage, the Weathermen Underground. They say, we're going to have a Marxist revolution in America, just like the streets of Paris. And what happened? Absolute disaster. It fizzled out. Did they retire? Did they become poets? No, they became tenured bloody professors in Chicago's universities. What Adorno, what Marcuse, what Gramsci realized, and what Alinsky weaponized with his rules for radicals, which, by the way, let's just be clear here, and don't take anything we've said here for granted. Look it up for yourself. Saul Alinsky, under whose tutelage Hillary Clinton studied, who wrote her thesis at Wellesley on Saul Alinsky, which is called Just the Fight. Alinsky's seminal work, Rules for Radicals, and this isn't a joke, look it up, is dedicated to the first revolutionary, Lucifer. Can we just stop for a moment and understand the darkness of what we are facing? What these individuals understood, and this is the real power they have today, is they realized in a country with a healthy middle class, with a robust Judeo-Christian civilization informing its middle class, you can't have a violent revolution. Without the peasants killing the kulaks, it just doesn't work. So what do? You transform the system from the inside. You don't assault it with, ballistas and trebuchets from the outside. You become the high school teacher. You become the college professor. You take over the ACLU, and that's how you win. The long march through the institutions, and that's where we are today, where you can have a Democrat Party. Think of this. JFK would not be allowed in the Democrat Party today. You have a Democrat Party that says stormtroopers are on the streets of America simply because law enforcement is trying to stop the arson. That's where we are today. And we have to understand that this is a cultural assault inside our institutions. And Charlie's right. What happened in 2016? A little window of grace was open for us. Why? Because for various reasons, economic and otherwise, 63 million Americans said, basta, enough. We need a non-politician who's not owned by the left or the right, and that's how we got Donald Trump.
And you know, the infiltration is what you speak of, and I feel as a parent that we are truly up against it because the left wing controls the narrative. They control Hollywood. They control our television. They control our search engines. I have a 7-year-old child. We were watching the Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon, and the message there was one of Black Lives Matter. And that's not about a color. It's about now a movement and an ideology and a trademark, so to speak. And now I have a 7-year-old that's asking me what that means when color was never infused into our home. So I am constantly, and we are constantly up against the left, and I think it makes our job and our battle even more uphill and more difficult because we need that infiltration to occur on our side as well.
We are going to lose our country in a decade if we don't have a message to an American middle class that is more than corporate tax cuts. We are going to lose our country. And the cultural seed, the cultural ground has been, is going to continue to be fought on. But even if a middle class worker doesn't believe doctrinaire thinking of Karl Marx, if someone comes around and says, I have a way to blame other people to maybe make your life a little bit better, history shows us that that's not a hard argument to make. Every successful Marxist revolution of the 20th century happened because they didn't have a flourishing middle class. And as the middle class has more and more trouble accumulating wealth, and let's just be honest, what is going to occur economically right now is we are going to have hyperinflation in the next 18 months. We're already seeing it with gold going up. We are seeing the markets react to it. The middle class owns nothing. The average middle class family has negative assets. That doesn't include mortgage. Let's just take the mortgage out of it. The average middle class family is anywhere between $15,000 to $20,000 in debt, and their wages aren't going up, and 20 million of them are out of work. And so that sounds like a great potential market opportunity for Elizabeth Warren or for Bernie Sanders. So we have to be able to communicate a lot better, and it has to be more than just, oh yeah, elect us and we're going to cut the corporate tax rate. It has to be like, no, here's 15 things that we are going to materially do to preserve a stable way of life. And that's not very popular amongst corporate lobbyist circles because all they care about is protecting their own incumbent self-interests. But the failure to do that, you'll see a Bolshevik revolution in this country, the likes of which we never dreamt would be possible.
So another thing that I want to introduce to the discussion that we haven't mentioned yet, but not only the decoupling with the American-China relations, but the decoupling within this country of American faith. And that's happening right now with these COVID-19 restrictions that we're seeing all across the country. People are not able to gather. Praise God, praise Jesus that John MacArthur, big church out in California in LA County, defied the governor's orders, decided to have church, and that leadership was so needed. But what's interesting, we talk about cultural Marxism and the infiltration in our institutions. Another one is in the church, and that is happening at a rapid rate. And so we saw many pastors endorsing Black Lives Matter without ever looking into the organization. Some did and continued to endorse Black Lives Matter after they knew that it was Marxist. Just a couple of years ago, the largest conservative evangelical group in the country, the Southern Baptist Convention, adopted Resolution 9, which is critical theory as an analytical tool, which has no neutrality whatsoever. So this is a stalwart conservative Baptist institution in the country, the largest Protestant institution in the country. And you see Marxism infiltrated there. I just wanted to hear your reaction to that as well.
Look, you can travel within a mile of this hotel and see Black Lives Matter signs on the front lawns of churches across, the D.C., North Virginia area. And what you just said, I mean, think about that. When a whole denomination signs on to something called critical theory, it sounds kind of cool, kind of edgy, we're going to attract kids. But you have to understand what critical theory is.
Critical race theory, right?
Yes.
In general.
That's right.
But in general, I mean, forget what it is, whether it's critical feminist theory, race history, critical history theory like Zinn's book. There's one thing that links all of critical theory. It's the denial of truth. Critical theory starts on the premise that any statement of truth is a form of oppression, that those who say something is objectively true are in a position to exert power over those who don't have it. It is a classic Marxist interpretation. When you only see the world in terms of who has power over somebody else, you're not a Christian, you're actually a Marxist, because there's only one sovereign in the world, and he's God. So the idea that we look at things in terms of earthly oppression means that you are already subscribing to Marxist, neo-left thinking. And the idea that a church, a denomination, whoever it is, I don't care whether it's a Catholic diocese or whether it's Protestant, if you subscribe to critical theory because you think it's cool, you have just signed your self-excommunication, because you have said that you do not believe in truth. Logos ceases to exist. God, as objective truth, is denied by your attempt to do what? Virtue signal. To think that that's how you're going to get a 22-year-old in your pews. You have undermined your own faith structure. That's
Well, I mean, I've been rather outspoken against this. The Christian church, and I have to be very careful, I could be more aggressive than most because I don't want to insult the bride of Christ, but the Christian church in America has been carrying the water of the force of darkness for the last couple months, the likes of which I could never have imagined. I mean, if we're supposed to be, sputtering in, befuddlement, I wonder why people are looking for meaning. Well, maybe it's because they're not physically in your pews every single Sunday. Maybe it's because there's 30 million people that don't necessarily find a connection to just turning on their television at 10 a.m. on a Sunday morning. I talk to a lot of Christian pastors. I've called out a lot of these celebrity Christian pastors whose theology is questionable and their conviction is none to be found, where they were very quick to post their black squares and their highly misleading statistics around race in America, but completely and totally silent around Patrick Underwood and David Dorn being killed in the streets. Nowhere to be found at all about the slaughter of Chicago that's happened in the last 8 weeks. So if all of a sudden the position of these celebrity pastors is I'm going to get insanely outraged now around injustice, they've been remarkably quiet around 1 million abortions in America every single year. In fact, I see no posts at all from a lot of these pastors, these megachurch pastors in New York and across the country, who quite honestly, they care much more about social media following than they actually care about talking about conviction. And then I also see these other pastors, they're like, yeah, we're going to be closed till March because of the virus. Well, first of all, you basically are calling your congregation stupid. Like you do not trust your congregants to make good choices, number one. Number two, it shows that Christ is not the head of your church. It's not. And they say, well, Romans 13, don't you understand? Romans 13, we must be subservient to the sovereign. Who's the sovereign in our country? Is it Nero? No, it's we the people. It's us. That's right. And our construct was written very deliberately. And Romans 13 is, in my opinion, I think, misapplied a lot of ways because it was before Nero's persecution of Christians in Rome, and there's a lot there that I think.
And just I'll interject real fast. And Paul even appealed to Roman law, so the law is even above kings.
Yes.
And so there you go.
Correct. But in closing this, and I have a serious question for Christian pastors out there that remain closed. They have their BLM signs. You have to be able to answer your congregation, what will it take? When will you fight? Because if not now, I want to know, what is the line? Is the line when they say that churches should be closed for a year because they're getting close to it? Some are saying they're staying closed till March. If you cannot respond at the line's been crossed. Jack Hibbs, open. McCoy, open.
Right.
Pastor Rob McCoy. John MacArthur, open. If you remain closed right now because you're afraid of getting some sort of parking ticket solicitation, you are a coward and you should not be a pastor. You are more afraid of earthly judgment than of divine truth. And you should resign, and congregants should demand that at pastors all across the country. Leave that church.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. Yeah, absolutely. And there's many more online that I know will amen and fist pump that, Charlie. Courage is lacking, and I'm seeing that time and time again. I was reading a very influential, and I'm not even going to name them, but just a kind of a Baptist outfit that was saying if we spend down our capital right now on COVID-19, then we can't We can't have it later for maybe when they force the Equality Act down our throat or something else, any other kind of religious discrimination or persecution. And my only response to that is, if not now, then when? And you just said the same thing, and I totally agree.
I was going to add to that. You know, when I speak to just the average American that isn't involved in politics or doesn't really understand the value of the work that we're doing, they don't understand the value of why is religion so important. And I say the people that go to church put God above their needs and above themselves. And there is such an importance in that. We live in this participation trophy, safe space culture where these children, the Starbucks employees, think that they are more important than God and that they are the center of the universe and that they are the most important thing and it's their truth and the I. And when you infuse religion into a culture, they realize, and the people realize, is that God is above all else and that decision making is more important. And then when you see, you know, this neo-Marxist philosophy coming into play, the first thing they want to do is tear down the churches. That's what they're doing in China. And when you tear down the church, you can have that communism and that Marxist thought rise above because they are more important than God, and that is terrifying and should be terrifying to the American person.
I completely agree. And so then the other question that these pastors have to answer is, don't you see how much the politicians hate you? I mean, they act as if like Gavin Newsom is their bro all of a sudden, the pro-abortion, pro-marijuana legalization governor is all of a sudden the friend of Christians in California. So in order to be consistent, if they were going to have these orders, why is it that casinos can remain open in Las Vegas and Caesar's Palace can, but Calvary Chapel can't?
That's right.
And the answer, the long and short of it is this, is that these leaders have been looking for a reason to shut down churches for a long time. I mean, they want these churches to go bankrupt. I mean, the leftist worldview is built on the closure of churches. They can't believe it's been this easy. I mean, if I was a collectivist, man, this is open season. And I divide it into two categories. Some Christians are like, well, we can't fight because we must be subservient, and Jesus is coming anyway. They blame eschatology, like, oh, okay, the world's ending right now, which is really bizarre, because isn't that a better reason to be in church? If you think the world is ending, like, that's probably a good reason to be in church, not to be in church. The other part is that, honestly, they believe in pacifism, like, oh, we can't fight, we can't do anything, we have to just be subservient. And I think it's first of all, the misapplication of Scripture, and secondly, I think that for what is right and for what is good and what is true, if you believe in expressing the gospel of Jesus Christ, if the church ceases to exist, it is the most essential thing. Yeah. The fact that we have marijuana dispensaries open across our country and churches not, like, why are we tolerating this? Yeah. And the reason they say, well, the government's going to shut me down, then good, go to prison. You wouldn't be the first one. Like, you think that this is like the new thing, pastors going to jail? I mean, read the book of Acts. Yeah. I mean, this whole idea that it's going to be flowers and roses and everyone's going to love you. Well, maybe if you want to be, Christian George Clooney, but not if you actually want to have the spirit of Stephen in your testimony. Those types of people are frauds, in my opinion.
So throughout the biblical storyline, and I want to transition to something else. We're going to get back to discussions about indoctrination on college campuses. But throughout the biblical storyline, the people of God were always tested in their defiance of kings. And that happened time and time again with Pharaoh and the Exodus account. Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Time and time again in the New Testament, Peter, Paul, John, all of them in defiance. The church was considered radical. And they were going to, the Apostle Paul, when he was Saul, was going around persecuting the church. And still, in spite of all of that, they continue to thrive and flourish and build churches. So I want to go into something else. Charlie, tell us a little bit about Divest You.
Yes, okay. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we have a program at Turning Point USA, which I think that we as conservatives have fallen victim to the divestment tactic for decades. And it's a tactic, it's what it is. It's a means to an end, right? And so if you take the spirit of Niccolò Machiavelli, the left believes any means should be able to justify the end, right? And so, but we as conservatives understandably are like, well, certain things should be off limits. I actually think divestment is moral. I think that you shouldn't put your money or your capital towards something that trains people to hate your country and hate God or believe in no God at all. And so we at Turning Point USA, we are celebrating donors that divest their dollars from American indoctrination camps, which are college campuses. Obviously, Liberty being excluded from that. We've successfully divested $26 million in just under 2 weeks from some of the biggest institutions you can imagine, Harvard and Yale being among them, and we're just getting started. I mean, we want $1 billion to be divested in the next 2 years.
And just to interject, you had one other, I remember Baylor was another
Baylor
one,
University, which
was originally a religious institution.
A Christian school, and they call themselves that, and that's up for somebody else besides me to decide. But they blocked our Turning Point USA group from being formed, and I told them if they do this, I'm going to get donors to divest, and they said, be our guest. They didn't think I would do it, so they're on my list to make sure that we pull gifts from Baylor. So
there you go. There you go. Dr. Cork, I want to bring you back into this conversation. Talking about the future in terms of how we, as Christians, as citizens, need to respond to this growing threat of neo-Marxism, cultural Marxism, the revolution, if you will. Parents who might be watching and thinking, oh my goodness. I mean, it really is incumbent upon parents to act and take charge in their child's education, making sure that they put them in the right place, and not outsource that to a Marxist teacher. But I just wanted to hear your thoughts and maybe answers, and Charlie as well, I want you to weigh in, and Aaron as well, on how do we address this threat?
Well, first things first, in 97 days, everybody has to vote, and everybody has to take 10 people to the polling station who would otherwise not vote. This is a monumental election, and everybody has to vote and get others to vote who wouldn't otherwise do so. So my parents survived fascism as children, and then my father was persecuted, arrested, tortured, and imprisoned by the communists who replaced the fascists. For me, it's easy. You know, I can say, whenever I feel weak, I just remember that moment as a child when I realized that the lines on my father's wrists weren't wrinkles, they were the scars of where he was hung from the ceiling by his wrists when they were bound together with wires. So for me, you know, it's easy to throw that out. But for those who don't have that family background, those who didn't escape to America from Venezuela or from Cuba, I'll just say what we've been discussing for the last 48 minutes. Does the truth matter to you? If the truth matters to you, what are you prepared to do? We can look at the coronavirus, the Chinese virus, as an opportunity, whether it's divest you or whether it's the fact that we now have 40% of parents say they might keep their children home and not send them back to school even if they open. I mean, that would be an explosion in homeschooling, the likes of which nobody could have dreamt of. But right now, what are you doing? Are you prepared to be courageous? I was at a 7-Eleven yesterday, and I haven't mentioned this to anybody, but I refuse to wear a mask. I refuse to wear a mask. I say I suffer from a certain condition. It's called being a free man, and I'm not going to wear a mask. The person next to me, and I just filed the report 2 hours ago at the local police station, said, put your mask on because you're going to kill me if you don't. It escalated within 90 seconds to him saying, if you don't do that, I'm going to my car to get the 9mm, and I'm going to kill you before you kill me.
Gosh.
I refused to put the mask on. This is in front of witnesses. And when he went out to his vehicle, I didn't run. I followed him to his vehicle, and I filmed him. And as soon as he saw that I actually filmed who he was, filmed his license plate, he hightailed it. Now, I could be dead within minutes of that occurring, but I was not prepared to kneel in front of people who hate what we stand for. I am not going to be a sheep. And it is my question to you, what are you prepared to do for the truth, for your children, for your grandchildren, for the sake of the greatest nation God has ever seen on this planet? Made by man. The greatest nation God made was, of course, Israel. The greatest nation made by man is America. And we are truly at a crunch point. This is a fork in the road. Are you prepared to show courage? I am absolutely horrified by the state of the church in America. I'm a cradle Catholic. I don't care whether it's Catholicism or any Protestant. What have you done for the Christian people of the planet in the last 20 years after 9/11? We have had a genocide, a literal genocide of Christians in the Middle East. How many pastors and priests spoke out about it? Now we have an avowed effort to dismantle and destroy our faith. And what are you doing about it? I had a Protestant bishop on my show, America First, 60 years old. He said, I have never, ever in my life not gone to Mass on Sunday. Ever. And now I have to. Why? In World War II, we didn't stop Masses in the Blitz in London. We didn't stop it for anything, not after 9/11. We weren't afraid. We could have been blown up in our pews. What are we going to do for the truth is the question I ask every single viewer out there. Stand up, show courage, because we owe it to those who went before us who showed courage. What did the Founding Fathers pledge? Their lives, their treasure, and most important of all, they pledged their sacred honor. If you don't show courage now, you are dishonoring not only them, but yourself.
Charlie.
One thing I get asked a lot, and I know you did too, Dr. Gorka, and that was terrific, is what can I do? People ask all the time. And I say, well, I have a theory that most of these dictatorships came to be because micro-tyrants were actually empowered below the macro-tyranny, right? So Lenin came to power, died, transitions to Stalin. When Stalin gave out the order to go after the kulaks and destroy anyone that had more than 3 cows and half an acre, in a completely arbitrary line, Stalin wasn't the one going out there doing the killing. In fact, he created hundreds of thousands of micro-Stalins all across Russia and the Soviet Union. Here's the point, is that all of us are encountering forms of tyranny in a micro basis every single day. There is a family member who's acting like an autocrat. There's a teacher that is doing something tyrannical. And I think that the fight has to get far more myopic and molecular, if you will, and far less macro. I think that we look towards these massive institutional fights, and we don't recognize that there's the teacher that has our kid being forced to take a kneel in the 4th grade class. Like, what did you do about that? Yeah. I get these emails like, well, what am I supposed to do? Well, addressing the problem would be a great place to start. Like, well, I don't know what to say. Well, then get your words right and go say something. It's a better use of time than emailing me about it. I mean, like, what am I supposed to? I have a whole show about it every day. Like, I mean, the point is this, is that problems that aren't confronted multiply. And those multiplied problems fester into manifestations of a broken culture. If any form of tyranny comes across your radar screen, confront it quickly, now, decisively. It doesn't matter if you make a fool out of yourself, because your words might matter. Your intention actually might do something good.
And your example to others.
That's exactly right. And you don't have to you don't have to be flamboyant about it, but everyone watching this and everyone listening to this knows that, my goodness, there's this one person who is using their strength to exploit the weak. That is the textbook definition of tyranny, using strength to exploit the weak. So when a Wendy's, the ones that aren't burned down, when a Wendy's makes their employees take a knee because of the color of their skin and someone doesn't stand up against it, you are just as complicit with that tyranny as the person who's saying to do it. That's what you do. You do not allow the strong to exploit the weak in every second of your life.
Amen. Aaron.
I would say, and I know we're probably going to get into this, it starts with these schools. And the concern, and I think the reality, even a year ago, is that this was only happening on college campuses. And the realization is that now it is trickling down to kids as young as pre-K. And if you start at that level, the College Board is, on a high school level, also in bed with these Confucius Institutes, dumping millions of dollars into tens of thousands of schools, even more. These kids as young as kindergarten have these Chinese teachers coming over here pushing propaganda. And that, by the time they get to college with the actual Confucius Institutes, it is a pay-for-play scheme where hundreds of thousands of dollars are getting funneled in to these colleges. It's not about teaching our children Mandarin. It's about propaganda, indoctrination, spying, intellectual property. It should be a terrifying reality, and we need, I think our elected officials need to speak up on this. And by the way, the amount of money they're giving each school, it's a $200,000 initial investment approximately, and then $100,000 each year. And our United States government is also complicit, because under tax laws, $250,000 donations and above need to be reported. None of these schools are reporting that, and there's absolutely no repercussions. So where do we go from here? I think it's writing letters to these schools, divesting from these schools. I send my son to a private school that we pay full tuition, and it's hard-earned money, and they are indoctrinating our children as young as 2nd grade with liberal propaganda and Black Lives Matter. And I wrote a letter to the headmaster, and I gathered a group of parents together, and I think that's an important thing for the parents watching. Don't be afraid to speak up. Contact the school, put it in writing, because it matters, and the more that you speak, the squeaky wheel will get the oil.
Yeah, absolutely. Charlie?
I think it's important it's well said, Aaron. I think it's important for people to realize what's happening here is worse than lies. And I've reread Orwell's 1984 now, and I feel like I'm reading the New York Times happening in real time. We have to understand that lying is bad, but it's actually doublethink and doublespeak, as Orwell would say, and it's even worse than that. And here's the way it works. So let's pretend Ryan is eating some cookies, and I come up to Ryan and I say, how many cookies did you eat? Let's pretend he ate 10. He says, I ate 3 cookies. Okay, he lied. I come up to him, I say, hey, Ryan, how many cookies did you eat? He's got crumbs all over his face. I didn't eat any cookies. You did.
Yeah.
What? Yeah. No, I see you're eating the cookies.
Right.
Like, no. You did. And you're also racist. Like, no, I'm not. I promise I'm not racist. And that's basically what's happening now, is that we dare call out the bitter resentment that they're just stewing in the minds of our young people. And their response is, shut up, racist.
Yep, 100%.
I mean, and it is the death of individual thought and initiative and diversity of opinion. And it is so incredible. Again, I encourage you to check out Orwell's writings, and that's exactly what's happening.
And it's so subtle. So a friend of mine who has the morning show here in D.C., and I want to give him full credit, he told a story yesterday. This is Chris Plant, and I want to share his story. His wife went to buy something at a store in D.C. yesterday. Nothing controversial, some bath towels. And when she got to the checkout, she put in her card, and it said before she signed, would you care to donate to this charity? And it wasn't, something like Food for the Poor. It was 3 different political charities. And she said, no, I'm just buying some bath towels. Now, for some people, it's going to be hard for them to say no when it's Black Lives Matter that crops up on that credit card terminal. And at that point, a very subtle use of power has just been used against you. And are you going to stop, or are you going to bend the knee when you are buying your towels? It can start very, very small, and Charlie's right. Lots of small tyrants together will make you lose your freedom, and you will be the frog in the boiling water, and it will be over before you realize.
Wow, very well said. Real quick as we wrap up, and I always love thought pieces where you can introduce. Y'all talked about several sources to go to. Dr. Gorka, what's one book or source you might recommend right now? Just I
would read one thing and one thing alone. For me, all right, 2 things. To Charlie's point of the economic side, he's no Trump supporter. At least he wasn't when he wrote it. I think he's changing his mind. But Hillbilly Elegy.
That's right.
Yes.
J.D. Vance.
J.D. Vance, very good.
J.D. Vance's book, for me, is an explanation of why we elected Donald Trump.
That's a great.
It is how America was destroyed by left and right, by the GOP and the DNC over 60 years, literally, willfully destroyed by things such as outsourcing. Read J.D. Vance's.
Yeah.
And then second, just one more thing, please. Chapter 6 of Andrew Breitbart's book, Righteous Indignation. If you want to know why we are where we are today, it's a life-changing book. And just start with chapter 6 on where the new left came from.
Charlie.
Don't read Hegel, because no one can. Anyone who says they have, I highly doubt. Yeah, good luck.
Yeah.
If you've understood it and read it, yeah, okay.
Right.
German to English is a tough translation as is. It's especially tough when he's trying to be confusing. Look, there's a lot of pieces of literature that are so prophetic right now. It's really interesting. A great book to read. And he hates Trump, and I give him credit all the time, and I probably shouldn't, is Jonah Goldberg's Liberal Fascism. It is so unbelievable. It's a great book. And
that's pre-TDS.
No, but it was a really good book, though. It was, if you want to talk about a guy who has such a high IQ and just can't wrap his head around the Trump thing, it's Jonah Goldberg. I probably have sold him more books than any other person in the Trump movement. And I think he hates me too. But the book is really great, where he argues that if you extrapolate liberal policies, they will become fascist. And the fascists are the liberals. And he's exactly exactly right. And he walks through that within a decade, you are going to have the suppression of speech unlike we've never seen before. You're going to see Mussolini-type tactics with enforcement, and he's right. And so liberal fascism, he actually makes the connection that the liberals actually use fascism as a ways to get to Marxism when they say they're against fascism. And it was written way ahead of its time. It was written back in 2010, 2011. So I can't believe that I'm, promoting, I have nothing against him personally. He just hates Donald Trump. The other book I would argue, 84 by Orwell is phenomenal. And then I encourage people to go back to your roots. Go reread the Federalist Papers and reread John Locke. And then if you really want to get irritated about where our country is, just read a little bit of Jacques Derrida and you'll understand exactly where these ideas come from. But that's enough. So.
Absolutely. Aaron?
Two parts to this, but obviously always Atlas Shrugged. I think it's timeless and makes a lot of sense what's going on right now. But for young people, there are so many amazing books, but this is going to sound basic, but it's true. Young people don't feel that they have power, and power is in social media right now. More people have Instagram than have televisions that are young people. There are young conservative influencers, if you will, that have so much power these days, and you can connect with them, and they will show you in a grassroots way how you can effectuate change in your small town or large city. And just go out and find those people. Charlie Kirk is the roots of that tree, if you will. And from there, you will find all of these various people in different facets of the conservative movement that you can reach out to, that will interact with you, that you can speak with and even do Instagram live videos with, and they will give you power when you feel powerless, and you can grow from there. Truthfully.
And on that, PragerU. God bless Dennis Prager.
Great job.
PragerU.
Anything by Dennis Prager.
Dennis Prager says sending your children to college is playing Russian roulette with your values.
And
that is something that I live by. And there's one college that I feel confident in, and Liberty.
Yes.
That is another to every parent, Liberty.
Amen. Liberty University. And I'll add one more fellow who could not be here, Eric Metaxas, If You Can Keep It. I'd grab a copy of that as well. And also Charlie wrote MAGA Doctrine, so check that out as well. Guys, thank you so much. It's been an honor and a pleasure. And just a quick round of applause to our panelists. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, and we're out.
Welcome, everyone, and thank you for joining us for Weaponized Investing with Biblical Principles. The question we're going to address here is why financial markets, as we talk about the threat from China, why are financial markets funding totalitarian regimes to the tune of $2 to $3 trillion per year? And the reality is that Wall Street firms are investing in the Chinese Communist Party as well as in weapons systems, economic weapons systems, if you will, pointed at the United States at record levels. This dynamic must be countered by conservatives. And we have a keen advantage in the financial marketplace because we have seniors, veterans, and other demographic groups who play a critical role in market economics. And these are the folks whom we can in turn weaponize our investments with them, with conservative and biblical principles. And we can harness our power to ensure conservative outcomes. I'm joined by a distinguished panel, Eric Bowling, our co-moderator. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Nan.
And Kevin Freeman, who is considered one of the world's leading experts on the issues of economic warfare and financial terrorism. Kevin, you've consulted for and briefed members of both the U.S. House and Senate, present and past CIA, DIA, FBI, SEC, Homeland Security, the Justice Department, and local and state law enforcement. And your research has been presented in critical DoD studies on economic warfare, Iran, and weapons of mass destruction. And you've presented to the Secretary of Defense and the Undersecretary of Defense in intelligence. And you've traveled extensively with research trips to Russia and China and throughout Europe and the Americas. And you're a senior fellow at the Center for Security Policy and a contributing editor to the Counterterrorist magazine. Kevin, thank you. John McLaughlin, good friend, pollster, strategic consultant, CEO and partner, McLaughlin and Associates, veteran pollster, strategic consultant with over 35 years experience, even though you don't look old enough, John. You've earned a reputation for helping some of America's most successful corporations, and you've won some of the toughest elections in the nation. Former clients include California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, Florida Governor Jeb Bush, and President Donald Trump, to name just a few. You've been recognized by Telly and PR Week campaign awards for your campaign contributions, so thank you, John. And Rod Martin, founder and CEO of the Martin Organization, technology entrepreneur, futurist, hedge fund manager, thought leader, and activist from Destin, Florida. Fox Business News calls you a tech guru. Britain's Guardian describes you as a philosopher capitalist. Gawker once described you as another of PayPal founder Peter Thiel's brilliant nonconformists. And you've addressed audiences on 4 continents, written extensively for publications such as Forbes, Human Events, Inc., Fortune, and FoxNews.com. And you're a member of Stratfor's board of contributors. So, Rod, thank you. Can't wait to hear what you have to say. And actually, I have a bit more to say about you. You have been recognized as one of America's leading experts on the conjunction of technology and politics. Couldn't be more pressing today. You formerly served as policy director to Governor Mike Huckabee and as an aide to senior congressional leader John Paul Hammerschmidt. You're a member of the Board of Governors and Gold Circle of the Council for National Policy, the Committee on the Present Danger, the Board of Advisors of the National Association of Christian Lawmakers, and a 3-time past president of the National Federation of Republican Assemblies. In 2014, you were named Distinguished Visiting Professor of History, Government, and Entrepreneurship at Hannibal LaGrange University, which is a highly ranked liberal arts college. So, Rod, thank you. And finally, our chairman, Dr. David Allen Bratt, American academician and politician, and the dean of our Liberty University School of Business. You're a member, of course, of the Republican Party, and you served as the United States representative for Virginia's 7th Congressional District from 2014 to 2019, and you came to national prominence when you defeated then House Majority Leader Eric Cantor in the 2014 Republican primary, which was a watershed event. Your primary victory made Eric the first the first primary challenger to oust a sitting House Majority Leader since the position's creation in 1899, which is a remarkable accomplishment. And then in 2018, Abigail Spanberger became the district's representative. She is from the other party. We'll have to change that. And after working for Arthur Andersen as a consultant for the World Bank in 1996, you joined the faculty of Randolph-Macon College, where you served as chair of the Department of Economics and taught courses including Britain in the international economy, international economic development, and business ethics. So, Chairman, we await your word, and now I'm going to hand the mic to you.
Well, thank you, Nan. So the topic du jour is investing, weaponized investing with biblical principles. Now, I come from 25 years on Wall Street. Before I was in television, I spent some time on Wall Street, and then I understand a little bit about the investing part, weaponizing investments. I understand how to invest. I'll be honest with you, when I was asked to co-moderate this panel, with biblical principles was the kicker here. And I really want to dig into it. So why don't we start with Dave, because Dave, you're chairman, you put this together. Tell us what the biblical principle aspect of weaponizing investing means to you.
Yeah, sure. I'll just put it in the most simplistic terms right now. This summit was organized by the Falkirk Center. And I want to recognize Nan, a former congresswoman from New York, who was humble in her own non-self-introduction. But it's an honor to have you with us today.
Thank you.
And so the Falkirk Center was put together for faith and freedom. And essentially, our country is a product of the Judeo-Christian Religious Foundation, first and foremost. Out of that comes James Madison from Princeton, writes us a constitution, gives us rule of law. And then you're really lucky and you get Adam Smith, rough Calvinist Protestant from Scotland, and gave it the free market system. We all got rich together. And so that is the set of ideas and institutions which made this nation exceptional. And that is under attack right now. And China has been running an information war against us since 1999. I mean, prior to that, Mao and the Cultural Revolution. But 1999, a couple colonels wrote a book called Unrestricted Warfare and outlined the information war, the technology war, and the economic war they're running against. They saw the results of the Gulf War and the kinetic war. They knew they couldn't match us. And so they've been fighting a war against us. The question is, are we at war? And the American people are just finally waking up to this. President Trump is the first president we had in 40 years that's done anything to take China head on. And so the biblical principles are just the Judeo-Christian principles in which we recognize that every person on this planet, including 1.4 billion Chinese, are created in the image of God. And they're being repressed and run by a totalitarian regime under Marxist principles. And so the religious war at the highest level is just a simple one. It's God versus no God, God versus atheism. And the biblical principles we can get into, but I mean, there's not much debate there on the ethical principles that most all cultures follow, but the 10 Commandments, love your neighbor as yourself, love God above all, etc.
So, Kevin, if you could expand on that, I think this is another area of your expertise. You take David's very eloquent introduction to the biblical principles aspect of investing, weaponized investing, aggressive investing, pointing a finger at countries or groups that may be cheating, may be lying, i.e. China in this case. How do you work around a China, and I'm going to get to Rod in a second, because here's a man who knows money has no color and has no creed and has no gender, but so how do you work around it, China being such an important aspect of investing? What do we do with China?
Well, first let me address the biblical principle, which is Jesus said in Luke 16:11, he said, if you're not faithful with your unrighteous mammon, who will ever trust you with the true riches? So as a practicing Christian, to me, biblical principle means I just need to be faithful with my money. I need to, where I spend it, how I invest it, how I give it, all matter. And what we try and teach people, because we have the TV show Economic War Room on Blaze TV, we try and tell people your money is as much a weapon as anything that you do. And if we are in an economic war, and we are in an economic war, I mean, we've had multiple panels here that have discussed it. The Chinese talked about it in unrestricted warfare. This is not a traditional war where you're going to kiss your spouse goodbye as they're going to go get on a boat and go fight a war somewhere. It's an economic war. It's a war intended and targeting average Americans and individuals. And if you're going to fight that economic war, you got to get your weapons. And if it's an economic war, your weapon is your money. So China has been, for more than 2 decades, infiltrating our financial markets to try and convince us the only way you're going to make money is if you invest in the future growth of China, because the Chinese economy is inevitable. So we're going to take your industries, and they've literally stolen through intellectual property theft, or they've convinced us to go with cheaper labor options in China, where it's a technology transfer because you're going to enter there. And we want to help Americans say no, no more. Our money is going to be invested so that we can do what President Reagan told us to do. We have to fight for freedom to pass it on to the next generation. And the way that we do this is we weaponize our money. So we invest in American industries, American businesses, or allies of the United States, but certainly not in Chinese companies that don't conform to our accounting standards and so forth.
Very good.
Kevin, when you say this is the embodiment of President Reagan's, and I'm sorry, Eric, but just apropos of President Reagan, through the embodiment of his peace through strength, this is just what we're talking about, so that we don't go to a kinetic war?
Right, absolutely. If we continue to transfer our technology to China, and we continue to invest in Chinese companies through, like, the Thrift Savings Plan, we stopped that, praise God for that. But Thrift Savings Plan was about to take veterans, money from veterans and active duty servicemen and women, and government officials, and your retirement plans.
Yeah.
It's going to take that money and it's going to invest in a number of Chinese companies that are under sanction by the U.S. government. So we're not supposed to do business with them, but you can invest in them. It's ridiculous, it's ludicrous, but they've so co-opted Wall Street. So we're training investors to weaponize their money so that we can save America and pass it to the next generation.
David, I want to jump in. I'm sorry, Nan, because former economics professor, correct?
Yep.
So we have this issue. And Kevin very importantly points it out, that we need to weaponize our own money. However, when China owns $8–10 trillion worth of our debt, couldn't they weaponize against us as well?
Well, I just want a quick note on that point before we get to Rod. But the biblical principle also is where your treasure is, there your heart will be as well. And the problem is the American people, we have a good heart. The Judeo-Christian ethos is still woven into the body politic in America. And part of the problem is they just don't know that we're at war and that they're investing, right? President Trump just ended the Thrift Savings account. We had our military retirement accounts and pensions and congressional retirements invested in Chinese weapon systems aimed at us. Most Americans don't know that's going on. Most Americans don't know that Chinese firms are not audited. Joe Biden and Clinton arranged that, right? So they had a special, our firms have to be audited. So you can own a firm that has a zero balance sheet. If China says their balance sheet's zero, your assets are wiped out.
Yep.
No one knows this, and so Kevin's been pointing that out, and Rod's been working in the field for decades.
Important to point out, Rod, also, let's talk about not only what Dave mentions, but there are other issues with China. They are notoriously aggressive and successful thieves of our intellectual property. We know that.
Well, they absolutely are. And you look at Elon Musk coming out recently and saying, I won't even file any patents for anything we're doing at SpaceX, because the minute it publishes, I have given the Chinese a roadmap and they will steal it. I mean, there is no concept of intellectual property that they're going to recognize because, oh wait, did we mention they're communists? They don't believe in private property any more than the socialists do, who are burning down our cities here at home. So we have to understand that yes, a war is a very good analogy. It's not a shooting war, although I think we just lost 140,000 deaths to a Chinese virus, which is clearly a bioweapon. And if we don't take these things seriously, we're going to be vulnerable to that again and again and again, because guess what? It worked. And America was all too happy to just close itself down and put itself on a level that gives China a significant advantage. They are taking those advantages at every opportunity, and we have to wake up.
Yep. Very quickly, Huawei. Tell our viewers and the audience why Huawei is so dangerous to the United States and other countries, free countries.
At the very least level, we become completely dependent on Chinese infrastructure to run literally everything. at a significantly greater level, we find ourselves siphoning every bit of information in the Western world to the Chinese Communist Party. At the most fundamental level, you may rest assured that dependency on that infrastructure means the ability of the Communist Chinese to shut off our infrastructure at key moments and in key ways that will cripple us in the event of true hostility.
And thievery of all our data.
Absolutely. And without exception. And yes, anybody who has TikTok on their phone has lost their mind.
So now, how much Rod, can you give our viewers an idea of how much they can gather, the Chinese can gather through their TikTok accounts if they have TikTok on their devices?
I will admit to not being a technical expert on that, but it appears that, for example, it is tracking your keystrokes. So it is capturing your passwords, it's capturing your love letters, it's capturing anything that you type into your phone, and not just things you type into TikTok.
Isn't the same true, by the way, of there is a risk people will be introduced in innocuous ways to, and not to get off topic, but just this is to innocent-looking games. Like, let's play the aging game, right? Put your picture here, and we'll show you what it's going to look like when it's aged, and that has to do with facial recognition technology that they're developing and refining?
For the lawyers present, all of these would fall under the category of attractive nuisance. It's like having a swimming pool in your backyard and not having a fence because the neighborhood children are going to come drown in it. That is exactly the strategy of these games and things like TikTok.
John, if you can jump in here and just explain why the dance. Now, President Trump has to play a tightrope with China. He can go hard on China if he wanted to for all the reasons that we've outlined. However, there's a downside to that. Please explain.
Well, the downside is that they have so much invested in the United States. But on the other hand, Kevin took a survey with us that you should explain with the behind the survey. But he came to us at the end of June, and we took a survey of 1,000 likely voters across the country. And it's modeled after a national election, just like we're having this year. And the good news about that is most Americans are on our side. Yeah. So I don't know if you can follow this, but we'll post it on our website. But if they have it, when we asked about when making decisions for personal investments or savings, which of the following statements do you agree with most? I make investing or savings decisions to get the greatest financial return regardless of values. 35% agreed with that. 38% agreed I make my investment or savings decisions to get the greatest financial return, but those investments based on my own personal values, that was 38%. And that's kind of split between left and right. And then there were the liberals, or the 8%. I want my financial company to invest according to their views of social values as more important consideration than my returns. But they're a small minority.
Yeah,
yes.
Could I comment on that?
Yes, absolutely.
The problem is the major Wall Street firms have made it clear that we're going to invest your money with the idea of you getting the best possible return down the list. Larry Fink of BlackRock has said very publicly, we're going to invest for environmental, social justice, and governance, ESG. And he's told all the people who've invested, yeah, your return is secondary to those principles. And that is a political statement that Larry Fink is making. What he's doing is weaponizing all of our audience's money. If you're invested with BlackRock, he's weaponizing your money for these progressive leftist causes. But when John did the survey, what John found was, hey, look, either get me the best possible return, or if you're going to invest based on values, make sure they're my values, because it's my money. Only 8% wanted to hand the keys off to Larry Fink and let him run with it.
Kevin, give us your new acronym, your alternative to ESG.
Instead of ESG, we believe in LSV, and this is more popular. LSV is liberty. Personal liberty, economic liberty for America. S is security, personal security. It could be Second Amendment rights, it could be cybersecurity, and it could be national security. I want to preserve our nation. And V is values.
Yes.
which are Western civilization, Judeo-Christian values. And that is what we believe the majority of Americans want. Wall Street's not giving Americans what they want. Wall Street's giving Americans what Wall Street wants.
So stay right there for a second. LSV. Give us an example of an L investment, an S investment, and a V investment.
Well, L investment could be a cybersecurity company. It could be Second Amendment, a gun manufacturer.
Smith & Wesson.
Yeah.
No,
that's security.
I'm all about actionable. So let's be actionable here.
Everything that you believe in personal or economic or national liberty. So any of the things that you're told that you're not allowed to do that are legal, which why we get in the Second Amendment notions. So liberty, it is all about weaponizing it so that you enjoy liberty. Liberty means that you can drive, for example, Ford Motor Company had their employees come to them and say, we don't want you to make police cars. Employees came to Ford and said, no manufacture of police cars. Well, why would you do that? I actually want police cars. I want to invest in something that does make. So rather than limit your investments like ESG would do, it's open to your liberty, security, and values.
Okay, just take me down the line. Give me a couple of names. I want some stock names. Our people out here want to hear what you have. Can I tell you something? The reason why I asked you, I spent, like I said, 25 years on Wall Street, and it was always about having ideas. Ideas are absolutely important.
Right.
When you can say, you will show people what you're talking about. Off the top of my head, I'm hearing Smith & Wesson. I'm also hearing G was what? What was G?
LSV.
LSV was
values.
Values. Okay. What about Goya?
Well, and the reason
would Goya fall into one of these categories?
I'm not going to give stock because I am a registered investment advisor, and I have no idea who's watching this. And if they watch that, and I invested in that company, and I can't get in trouble with the authorities on that. But we train the advisors to match the values their clients have with the specific stock ideas that they have. So,
Dave, are they tying the hands of investors though? Look, I'll be the first to tell you, it's a very difficult game investing, right? I mean, it's not for the weak. It's not for people who don't understand, who don't do their homework. When you eliminate groups, categories, have you tied the investors' hands behind their backs, at least one hand behind their back?
No, I don't think so. If you look at China, right, all the Harvard whiz kids and MBAs over the past couple decades violated every economic and financial principle there was, right? Economics, you want competition, not monopolies. Now we have a world full of monopolies. What's the first thing you learn in Finance 101? Distribute, buy a basket of goods, right?
Diversify.
And so how is it that we have all monopolies and all of our supply chains are in China right now? So what once looked like wisdom turns out to be foolishness, right? And so investing your values over the long run rationally and thinking through along the lines of Judeo-Christian counsel and investing in firms that will last in the long run, it turns out those who shoved all their supply chains and pharmaceuticals and et cetera, 100% China, lost. So I don't think we are tying the hands. We're trying to liberate the hands. And while doing so, we would also like to liberate 1.4 billion Chinese people while we're at it. And Kevin's bringing his program to Liberty University and the business school also. And so we're going to be training in and putting out a curriculum. So the content will be there. And the investment advisors will be able to name off the firms, but we just can't do so in a public setting.
This will be, in effect, a branding or a certification for these investment advisors?
Right. Eventually, we want it to become so that Americans, the burden is, why isn't my investment advisor following these values? Right? I mean, how in the world can you be investing in a totalitarian regime? Why would you want your money? The vast majority, and John will get at those, the vast majority of Americans in the data want to do the right thing, want to invest in the United States of America, want to invest following Judeo-Christian principles, want to invest for the long run best interests of their kids, right? And so that's what our investment advisors are going to be doing. And that's where President Falwell got excited when he heard Kevin's proposal because it's just the right thing to do. And we have a ton of people across the country that are very excited, and a lot of financial advisors across the country that already want to come. And we want to tip it to the point where the Americans say, you ought to have this certificate. Why don't you have it?
This is the moment for it. So I'd like to know from Rod and John, more about the potential, John, in terms of your polling, the audience that we have out there, who we can go for. We know we've got a lot of folks whose values are compatible, whole categories and demographics like seniors. Rod, I'd like you to think about how tech world that tends to be empowering folks who feel very differently than we do about some of these things, what kind of barriers could they put up to our reaching some key demographics or publicizing this, getting the word out about this tremendous movement that should start. So, John, if you wouldn't
I'll
mind.
go first. I tell you right off the bat, just since you're talking about China, it's a communist country, socialist. They operate by socialist principles. When Kevin asked him about, do you want your financial efforts to promote the ideals and concepts of socialism or encourage free market capitalism? Capitalism won 56-22, although the 22 scares me. Right. And the 51% of all voters actually have some 401ks and some savings, only 51%, but they were more for capitalism, 63-24, and the socialism goes up with the younger voters, which they need your education.
Yeah, thank you.
Well,
they need you. And then support or disapprove of the wealth being invested by a company that promotes itself to be a friendly to the environment, advocates social justice, and supports good corporate governance, but directs investments toward Chinese companies that violate all three. They disapprove of that 50-34, and the investor class disapproves of that as well. But you've got a situation here where they know, based on Kevin's questions here, they know that their values are being betrayed by some of these investments, and they have a distrust already of the socialism and the tactics that they have there. And just to three more points that he had there, they want people to invest in jobs on a scale of 0 to 10, we asked them. Top one was invest in companies that are bringing jobs back to America. They want you to ensure that international investments are not to fund adversaries like Iran, North Korea, China working against our interests. Those were all over 7, on a scale of 1 to 10, over 7. And then encouraging not investing in companies that countries are persecuting religious minorities like Christians. So China loses on all these counts. And Americans need to think of America and use our investment, our capital, our money to push our values and to push what we believe in. And that's where the American public is. And these days, as you were saying, Kevin, with these investor class, the groups, their money's being invested by people investing against our interests, right, both in the short term and in the long term.
And I'll name one name on the negative side, right? So what we were talking backstage, and Blackstone and Larry Fink's name came up, right? They're forcing the ESG thing here, but they're also forcing half the investment to go to China that is not known for progressive governance or for clean skies and the environment.
The opposite.
Right.
Yeah.
And on top of that, the first mover and the billionaire class, the Finks of the world, get a buy-in bonus from the Chinese. So these guys are making profits like you can't believe for that first mover advantage. And it was great when China's growing at 10%, fine, but now it's down to 6.5%, 4%. And with this virus glitch, we'll see what happens. But Nike is the story of the day. If you want to name the name, right, we're talking backstage. The Nike investment, right, how they have the nerve to do a virtue signaling when they're using Uyghur slave labor to make LeBron's Nike swoosh sign and shoes like that is just staggering to the American mind.
Absolutely.
Right? And so we want to bring attention to that kind of a story. And Nike, by the way, when they were asked, says, we no longer are using slave labor to make shoes. I mean, it's just so
But you're using Chinese labor. I mean, Rod, I want you to, because you are a man who knows the world of capital very well. You know the world of technology very well. You know what barriers we are up against in terms of the public mind. John has clearly demonstrated with his findings that we can tap into a market, but we know how challenging it is because of all the barriers that players with money, Dave's just pointed, the globalist mentality and the globalist access, they perpetuate their own self-interest. How do we reach beyond the barriers that the globalists and the technology world folks who have a lot of money and a bigger voice than we It feels like, how do we get past that?
Well, it really is a two-edged sword. And before I hit that, I would just like to say that when Kevin's talking about liberty, security, values, sometimes that's a positive thing. Let's find a company, you mentioned Smith & Wesson, that advances that. Sometimes it's just a matter of not investing in companies that use slave labor. Sometimes it's just a matter of not subsidizing the creation of a surveillance state and a social credit system that's being exported to the whole world. And that, of course, is your nexus with technology.
Sure.
We absolutely have to be mindful that this technology can work either direction. It is content neutral. So on the positive side, when we were building PayPal, we went from 0 to 25 million customers in 2.5 years before we sold to eBay. That's really cool. I can tell you what's really cooler is we enabled the creation of 2 million small businesses in that same 2.5 years. And that's just grown exponentially from there. Those are people with financial freedom. Those are people who are not a wage slave or an actual slave. Those are people who control the destiny of their own life, their family's life, their children's lives. This is liberty. This is our values. And yes, it is absolutely security. So that's the positive side of technology. The negative side, as you know, we are finding ourselves deplatformed and demonetized right and left by companies that have benefited tremendously from capitalism. And we have to be mindful. You know, Lenin was not wrong when he said that the capitalists would sell the communists the rope with which they would hang us. He is absolutely correct from the grave and from burning in hell. And you know, we're doing it right now. Why? Well, you've got all the reasons why. It's more that. And you have to understand that on a fundamental level, that is this. Big business people are not capitalists. Capitalism isn't the philosophy of big business. Mm-hmm. Capitalism is the philosophy of the little guy trying to get ahead. The poor kid from Arkansas who gets to go be part of creating something like PayPal. That's my philosophy because that's how I go from nothing to something. But when you are in power and you have a ton of money, what are you going to do with it? You're going to take that money and buy government as a club to beat your rivals and competitors into submission. And we have to understand, big business is not going to look at this from an ideological standpoint. They're going to look at it from a quarterly report standpoint. So we can talk about the problems at Twitter, we can talk about the problems at Google, we can talk about the antitrust issues, we can talk about the technical issues, we can talk about the degree to which they are cooperating with the creation of the Chinese communist surveillance state and the export of it here. But what you really have to talk about is the reality that these institutions function as a public square, whether the law recognizes that reality or not, that Section 230 is creating a perversity in this country that is squelching the First Amendment, and that the only way that we will ever rescue any concept of privacy, not just in this country, but in human civilization in a hyper-technologized age, is by exercising our rights as the sovereign people who have delegated certain enumerated powers to elected representatives to protect us, and that government does not need to constrict private property, but does need to regulate it in such fashion as to be consistent with the rights that are not given to us by the state or even by the Constitution, but by our Creator. And if we don't take that seriously, freedom will die in this generation.
Very important comment. As a free market capitalist, the only thing that got me a little bit queasy was when you said we need government to regulate something further. I love them over there. I love them over there, and I think, you know, even further over there is even better. May I just add to this?
Sure.
Kevin, protest is not new to the United States. We've seen it throughout our 244-year history. Is this a moment in time where protesters have their moment in front of the media and they're making change, or they see they're creating change? Or is it a temporary phenomenon that eventually will move on and we'll get back to life as normal, including investing in America the way it used to be and always has been?
If we don't address the protests properly right now, These protests are not natural responses to caring because somebody lost their life. It's a terrible thing what happened to George Floyd. It was an act of murder as far as I can see, just as an observer. It was a horrifying thing. What was also horrifying was the black Trump supporter who was murdered on the street just 2 days ago. Does that black life not matter also? And when you dig down to see who's behind this and you see, oh no, we're Marxists by training, and you recognize that this sort of insurgency was written in unrestricted warfare by the Chinese PLA 20 years ago, where it talks about a single man-made stock market crash. It talks about infiltrating financial markets, putting hacker detachments. It talks about infiltrating the electronic systems so that the EMP could be used, or the electricity network. And it says eventually you want to cause street riots and a political crisis. That's how you take down your enemy. And you realize that this is potentially a lot of good people being sucked into a very bad led movement. What you see in Portland is not peaceful protests.
Right. Allow me, and we'll take it around if anyone has, Nan, yourself as well. For what I see, you point out, there was a murder, right? And Black Lives Matter had a moment where peaceful protest was important and recognized.
Certainly.
For me, it feels like the leftists, the agitator group, the Antifas and other agitators, anti-American, have corrupted the Black Lives Matter movement. They've stolen, David, their stage, so to speak. I watch African Americans yelling "All Lives Matter" and having 5 Antifa white kids come up and tell them to shut up. What has happened? David, define what's going on. Is this a temporary phenomenon?
No, it's not a temporary phenomenon. I've been in education for 35 years or something. I had a birthday yesterday, so I'm old. But no, the neo-Marxists, right? The Marxist was capitalist versus labor. The neo-Marxist is identity politics, put everyone in a bucket, separate the country, drive the war. That's what's going on. That's been higher ed's been monopoly position on the left. Charlie Kirk was just on the panel. He's trying to arrange it so that you can have a debate of ideas on a college campus. That's how bad it is. You have to fight so you can have a debate between competing ideas.
Just to have a debate.
Right. And so we're there. The Speaker of the House of Representatives of the United States of America, Nancy Pelosi, was asked about, what do you make about statues, violence in the streets, all this terrible destruction? She said, people are going to do what they're going to do. This is not a temporary phenomenon. Right? The left is in charge. They've announced that when they win, and Nancy Pelosi is a conservative of the liberals, just so you got the context straight. Right? Pelosi's a conservative among. The left has announced that upon winning, they will change the Electoral College. That means California popular vote, New York popular vote, it's done.
They win.
Right? They're going to restructure the Supreme Court. They're going to put in all sorts of new electoral stuff. They're going to have 30 million amnesty. They've announced, these are things they've announced.
And that's supported by academia as well.
Academia. So these are announced Democrat far left policies. And the far left, Bernie, right? Biden's accepted all of Bernie's 6 policy prescriptions that are even more left. They're going to socialize healthcare and everything, free housing, free everything. So that's what's coming your way. It's an existential election coming up, right? This isn't a political thing. This is a policy debate about 2 choices. Either you go with that Judeo-Christian tradition with the rule of law and the Constitution and free markets, which has made us exceptional, or you experiment with a Marxist promise, just give us, trade in your rights in the short run. We promise you utopia and a better life later. You never get it.
And it's being funded by American corporations who think they're doing the right, well, no, they know better. They're putting money into Black Lives Matter.
They're capitulating to Black Lives Matter.
They are throwing, and then American people need to know that. And where you invest, who owns these American corporations? The shareholder owns them. But we're moving from a period, Joe Biden said, we will end shareholder capitalism and move to stakeholder capitalism, which means ESG, which means progressive, far progressive left principles. This is the existential war of our generation. It's with the Chinese, it's with the far progressive leftists. And I'll tell you, I was talking to Lieutenant General Stephen Quast the other day. And General Quast is a brilliant man. He helped lobby and get Space Force in place. He's a 3-star. He was in charge of all training for the entire Air Force out of the Air Force Base in Randolph and San Antonio, Joint Base San Antonio. He's been a leader on fighting and protecting our electric grid. He's been a leader on bringing training for the Air Force into the 21st century. Brilliant, one of the greatest thinkers. And I said, hey, we're having this. Can you come be on a panel? He said he couldn't, but what he could do is he could send us a video. And he said, who do you want me to direct this to? And I said, talk to the advisor. This will be the beginning of one of our training sessions at Liberty, and he's going to be welcoming the advisor to the war of the 21st century. I don't know, can we roll that?
That's great.
Hello, and welcome to Liberty University. This is boot camp for the 21st century warfare to protect our Constitution, our economy, and our values. And I want to thank each of you for being here. And as a student of history, as a general officer that has studied strategy and the competition between great civilizations and the art of winning, I want to remind you of how important you are and how powerful you are at preserving our Constitution and our republic. It's been fascinating to watch, but our competition in this world have understood that our free market and our open economy has allowed them an advantage that they are taking irresponsibly. Let's take China. We let them into the World Trade Organization. We allow them to benefit from many things that are a result of the fact that they started from nothing. And they have taken advantage of that, and they are weaponizing our free market and our open society and our values of the respect for every person. They are using them as weapons against us. Because this is as old as time, this struggle between economies. All national security is economic, and all long-term victories in war have been those that had the bigger economy and can use it to paralyze their adversaries. We are living in an age where the warriors of tomorrow, you sitting in this room, are the ones that understand how this world is interconnected economically. Everybody involved in business and finance, those who know how to follow the money and make sure that we are resilient as a society, are the big winners. So here's what I propose to you. You are the heroes of our future. By understanding that our economy in America must do two things. It must be independent enough and resilient enough to be able to manufacture and produce the businesses and the capability to protect America, to feed America, and to give America the 7 pillars of prosperity without any need for anybody else if required. And that's food, water, shelter, energy, information, healthcare, and transportation. Second thing we need to do is we need to build that resilience so that we still benefit from the blessing of every other culture and every other people, providing the diversity of thought, the innovation, and the color of life, where every civilization is respected, celebrated, and brings us joy. The Chinese people are beautiful. The Communist Party is the system that steals away something God gave each of us, and that is free will and choice. Our Western civilization, our Westphalian model, our Constitution are designed around these principles where every person is created equal and every person should be respected, and that we can live free and happy in an open environment where people can come and go as they please, and we can innovate and grow prosperity in our economy that can be never ending. But that can only happen if all of you consider this opportunity as your boot camp for the training, the education of knowing how to fight this new fight in the 21st century. It's different than the industrial age. It's different than the agrarian age. It is our time to stand up, to learn, to fight, and to win. God bless you as you go forward. And just remember, God is on your side, and you are on the right side of history. Good luck.
Amen.
John's poll told us that 74% of investors want an advisor who represents them, that represents those values that General Quast just said. That's what we're talking about, weaponizing your money. And this, if we're in an economic war, the warriors are the financial advisors and the ones that can represent you and your money. And that's why we tell people, if you want your advisor to represent you, go to economicwarroom.com/advisor, and you'll learn about the Liberty training program that we have so the advisors can help represent their clients and weaponize the money. Because the individual can't do this on their own. They can't pick the stocks.
Kevin, the Bible, of course, talks about turning swords into plowshares, which is ultimately what we want to do. But in the meantime, your advisors are going to help their investors turn their shares into swords.
There we go. Brilliant. Yes.
Dave, what should young people do watching this right now? What's the path that you recommend?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, our K-12 system, we're talking about investing in values, and we're a bunch of seniors sitting here on this panel. And the young,
you aren't, Dave.
I know, yeah, I'm right. But the young people, unfortunately, in K-12, God has been taken out of the schools. Ethics has been taken out of the schools. History's been taken out of the schools. Philosophy's been taken out of the schools. On the left, deconstructionist leftist philosophy has been injected into the schools. And there's no Judeo-Christian principle left. So the young folks, make sure that you are complementing your education by finding your system of ethics, by finding your religious beliefs. Everyone, right? John will tell you that the belief in God is overwhelming. Now kids are coming out of COVID, right? They've been cooped up. They're looking for meaning. And instead of having a traditional background and underpinnings and a foundation delivered by education systems, they're looking for it. And instead of finding that traditional system, they are finding social justice warriors that want to get on the streets and pound the pavements. And that is what they're viewing as their way forward in terms of finding meaning on life, right? Every human being has intrinsic need for meaning. And that's all they're seeing. And so we need to get out and share, hey, no. We've been through, this conversation has been had for the last 3,000 years of Civ, right? And so you need to get educated in these things. We need to do a better job and get more aggressive on pushing it because it does matter. And so the parents out there need to pay particular attention. Send your kids now. Make sure you investigate the universities you're sending your kids to. And that's another way to weaponize your investment in your kid, which is the most precious asset you have.
I will tell you anecdotally, Nan, I'll throw it over to you in a second, but I don't work with Liberty. I have no connection to Liberty University. I was fortunate to spend an afternoon at Liberty University with the First Lady. Yep. We came to the stage to talk about the opioid crisis, and clearly it's a big issue. It's a big issue for me personally. I was blown away at the students of Liberty University. Yep. 12,000 loud, cheering students, something you just don't see at other college campuses around the country. So hats off, kudos to anyone who's involved with Liberty. So terrific place to be.
Thank you.
Nan, all yours.
Oh, Eric, well, we have another few minutes. If I may, I'm going to ask our entire panel to sum up for us. Right. Rod, can I start with you, please?
It is essential that we become deliberate in our investing, as in everything. We are given a stewardship mission directly from the Lord. He spent more time talking about money than just about any other thing he taught on. And among those lessons were the parables of the talents and the parables of the minas, which are even more extreme. And those are some pretty good returns. And we have a duty to understand that what we're doing and what we're spending and what we're saving and investing matters. There is probably no more powerful force in the universe other than possibly inertia than compound interest, and that is going to matter. Over time, tremendously, China is on a path toward world dominance. Whether it can achieve that is quite another matter, and largely up to us. And it really does come down to how do we steward our resources? How do we protect our intellectual property? How do we respond to this? Are we going to be passive and go gently down the road to serfdom? Or are we going to take this seriously and stand as our forefathers did for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? Those are things that are the challenge of every generation. My parents' generation fought the end of the Cold War. This is a very, very different war, and it will probably not be fought on a battlefield, but it will absolutely be fought. And if we wish for the values of the American Revolution to persevere to my children's generation and my grandchildren's generation, we have to get a lot more deliberate, we have to get a lot more serious, and we have to make every minute count.
Thank you, Rod. Profound words, Kevin.
Well, that's why Rod Martin is on the board of the National Security Investment Consultant Institute, and one of our advisors, Lieutenant General Quast, and Dean Bratt of the Business School is kind of our Liberty connection, so that we're training advisors. And if you have a financial advisor and you want them to help you weaponize your money, go to economicwarroom.com/advisor. When they're trained, they can join with other advisors who've been trained through the NSIC Institute, and we will together be the small ships of Dunkirk that help to save this country, that help to bring America into the future and protect our liberties.
I tell you, the one thing what you're talking about here is I'm an old man, Dave, but you taught me humility at one point, and then I was fortunate to learn from it and work for Netanyahu and then work for the president.
Awesome.
But I tell you right now, in this country, I've never seen public opinion, the kind of which even Kevin's survey shows. We've gone through coronavirus, we've gone through economic unemployment levels as high as a depression, and now we've gone through, race relations and rioting and looting. The country is more on edge. This is such an important election, and still through this, as Kevin said, the biggest number in his poll was 3/4 of the people want to invest their money, their security, with people that believe and share in their values.
Yes.
We can't miss this moment. This is a historic time in our country. So,
Well said. Well said. I will quote Jesus. This is a values-driven thing. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. What is the kingdom of God? Too often Christians revert to metaphors. Jesus spoke in metaphors, so that's fine. But then, as a member of Congress, I got the opportunity to talk to hundreds of pastors at a time. The pastors need to engage. Our founders had it right. If human nature is fallen, and it clearly is, you need to separate powers at every opportunity you get.
Yeah, amen.
And we need to put those principles into play. What does the kingdom of God look like when it comes to the economic realm? It can't be abstract principles. You need to have answers to that. When it comes to setting up the executive branch, the judicial branch, the legislative branch, our founders had some great ideas. Now we've become more sophisticated. Our logic has not kept up with those biblical principles. And so I'm calling on everybody to work together. That's what the kingdom is. We're not the bosses. We're just here doing the best we can to give the word to the people and say, these are trying times and we can do better. And your treasure will be where your heart is. And so I urge you, please, it'll take some extra steps, but they're not hard. Right now, you probably have your money just out in index funds. Just please go to the web address that Kevin just gave you. Weaponize your investments to build the kingdom of God on earth. And thank you all, brothers and sisters, for joining us at Falkirk Center for Faith and Freedom. And thank you, Nan, and for hosting this event and doing just a wonderful job with us today. And for all of our panelists, and why don't you close us out?
Well, I think we hit on some very, very important topics. One of the things we left out, Nan, former congressperson right here, we left the politics out. How do you spend an hour talking without talking politics
so much better.
in this day and age? Well, it would probably end up in a fight or something. There'd be some sort of
Not
brawl.
here, I don't think so. No, Eric.
I want to close it out by just saying thank you, Nan. Dave, we love working with you. First time, but it's been terrific. David, Brad, thank you so much for inviting us. Important topic. John as well, the important, the rounding out, putting the color on some of the things that Kevin and Rod had pointed out as well. Real life experience, boots on the ground, so to speak, investing. It's been a great hour. I think we learned some important principles. I spent 25 years on Wall Street. I learned something new in this 1 hour. So I want to say thank you to this panel and say thank you to all who are watching, spending some time with the Freedom Summit.
And thank you to Eric Bowling for hosting. Tremendous job. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, team, let's hit it.
All right.
You are in for a treat coming up. We have Senator Ted Cruz next on stage, so stay tuned, and you're in for a treat. Thank you.
All right, this is a very, very special next few minutes. I'm privileged and honored to welcome United States Senator from Texas. He needs no more introduction other than the U.S. Senator from Texas, Mr. Ted Cruz. Senator Cruz, please.
Well, good afternoon. It's great to be with you. It's great to join you at what are extraordinary times. Let me thank Liberty University for hosting this, for the tremendous work you do. I love the good men and women at Liberty, and thank you for having courage each and every day. The topic of this conference is incredibly important. In my judgment, China poses the single greatest geopolitical threat to the United States over the next century. And it's important to understand that China, their objectives are not short-term. They are fighting a 1,000-year war. And their objectives are nothing short of complete global domination. You know, for a long time, there were a lot of people in Washington, D.C. who were apologists for China, Democrats and Republicans, who would say there's nothing wrong with working hand in hand with the Chinese communists. The more business we do with them, the better. And they would diminish any threat. I think the most lasting foreign policy consequence of the coronavirus pandemic is a fundamental reevaluation of the United States' relationship with China and indeed the world's relationship with China. Last fall, in October, I did an Asia tour. I traveled to Pearl Harbor, and then Japan, and then Taiwan, and then India, and then Hong Kong. And it was very much designed to be a friends and allies tour. All nations surrounding China, all dealing directly with Chinese increased military aggression, economic aggression, bullying. And the topic of the entire discussion at every one of those meetings was how to deal with China and the growing threat from China. In Taiwan, the Chinese government refuses to acknowledge that Taiwan even exists, acting instead under the myth, the fiction, that Taiwan is part of China. I was proud to be there on Taiwan's National Day. I joined President Tsai at the parade for Taiwan's National Day, the first U.S. senator in 34 years to be in Taiwan on their National Day. In Hong Kong, I met with leaders, I met with dissidents, I met with protesters. Over 2 million people took to the streets of Hong Kong to speak out against tyranny and oppression. Hong Kong, I believe, is the new Berlin. And indeed, from Hong Kong, I did a Sunday show back in the United States from Hong Kong via satellite link-up, dressed in all black, in solidarity with the protesters. This threat from China is real. It has been significant a long time, and the rest of the world, and indeed much of Washington, is only now beginning to realize the scope and scale of it. This coronavirus pandemic, in a very real sense, the government of China bears direct responsibility for this global disaster. In at least two capacities. Number one, the origin of the virus. We now know that there were not one but two Chinese-controlled labs in Wuhan that were not only studying viruses, they were studying coronaviruses. They were not only studying coronaviruses, they were studying coronaviruses derived from bats. Bats that are found in native population. The closest to Wuhan those bats are found is 900 miles away. We know that those labs were studying the bat coronaviruses right there in Wuhan. One of those two labs is a few hundred yards. You could almost throw a baseball from one of those two labs to the wet market where the first major outbreak occurred in Wuhan. I think the weight of the evidence suggests that the coronavirus that has caused this pandemic was being studied in one or both of the labs, and that it somehow escaped accidentally. Now note, that does not mean, as some have theorized, that the virus was engineered in a lab. That does not mean that the lab deliberately released that. I don't think we have the evidence to back up either of those claims. What we do know is that in past years there were multiple U.S. State Department wires raising concerns about the very shoddy and poor security at those labs and the risk that a virus might accidentally escape and cause a coronavirus world pandemic. That's what the State Department was saying before this happened. That means that we need to have real transparency. We need to have real accountability. We need to go in objectively and find out who knew what and when they knew it. But the weight of the evidence right now suggests that the origin of this virus was escaping accidentally from a Chinese government-controlled lab. But the second part of China's culpability on the coronavirus is even clearer, and indeed it is indisputable, which is that China actively covered up, hid, lied, did everything they could to suppress information about this virus. When you had Chinese whistleblowers, and you want to talk about heroes, physicians, and journalists who spoke up and said, this is a problem, we've got this outbreak, let's stop it. What did the Chinese government do? It went and arrested them. It put them in jail, it silenced them. It charged them, it said, you may not speak about this. Any responsible government when those whistleblowers pointed out this new and dangerous respiratory disease, would have gone in with public health officials, would have found the people who were infected, would have quarantined them at the outset, and had China done that, there's a very real possibility that this could have remained a regional outbreak instead of a global pandemic that has cost the lives of over 600,000 people worldwide. The Chinese government's lies, its mendacity, its cover-up, played a very direct role in the human suffering and the trillions in economic devastation that has flowed out of this pandemic. And as evidence of what I said a moment ago, that this pandemic is causing a worldwide reassessment of our relationship with China, look no further than the United Kingdom and Huawei. So before coronavirus, the United Kingdom government unfortunately had made the decision to allow Huawei to install and operate a significant part of their civilian telecom infrastructure. I and others in the U.S. government had spoken out loudly against it. The U.K. is part of what's called the Five Eyes intelligence network. Those are our closest allies with whom we share our most sensitive secrets. But yet Huawei is not a telecom company. Huawei is not a private company in any ordinary sense of the word. Huawei is a spy agency. It's a spy agency dressed up as a company that exists to allow and facilitate the Chinese Communist government committing espionage abroad. And the way they try to sucker other countries into it is they sell their equipment at below market rates. That doesn't make any sense until you realize they're not actually trying to make money. This is a military endeavor. This is an espionage endeavor. The time the UK made that decision, I had just recently launched a podcast called Verdict with Ted Cruz. And one of my early guests was Nigel Farage, the British leader who spearheaded Brexit. And Nigel and I spent quite a bit of time talking about Huawei and the decision of the British government to go down that road. And one of the points I made with Nigel on the Verdict podcast is I said, listen, we love the Brits. The UK are dear, dear, close, important allies. But if they're going to have telecom equipment installed by Communist China that could intercept our most sensitive secrets, we're going to have to take steps in response to that. And as I put it then, 4 eyes are better than 6. As much as we love the Brits, if the price of sharing secrets with them is the Chinese get them, we're going to have to change our practices. Well, what happened since then? The coronavirus pandemic, the devastation, and suddenly the British government reassessed whether they thought it was a good idea for the Chinese communists to have the ability to intercept communications within their nation. That is an important positive step. In the last several years, I've introduced roughly a dozen different pieces of legislation focused on how we solve this problem, and how we solve this problem from multiple different angles. So, going at the censorship, I've introduced legislation that would sanction Chinese officials who censor health information, like those Chinese officials that censored the information about COVID-19 that cost over 600,000 people's lives, that would impose sanctions on those officials. You know, we used to think of censorship as just a human rights issue. Now we know it's a national security issue and a public health issue. Propaganda. China engages in rampant propaganda. One of the ways they do so at U.S. universities are through what are called Confucius Institutes, institutes that are controlled by the Chinese government that engage in propaganda in American universities and engage in espionage in American universities. On the Senate Armed Services Committee, I introduced legislation to prohibit Department of Defense funding from going to universities if they have a Confucius Institute. That legislation got bipartisan support. It got the support of Republicans and Democrats. It was passed into law. It was signed into law. And that legislation has directly resulted in 17 Confucius Institutes at universities across the country being shut down. But propaganda doesn't just occur in our universities, it also occurs in Hollywood. You know, Hollywood likes to position themselves as woke champions of free speech. And yet those same Hollywood producers are more than happy to have the Communist Party of China edit American movies. So, for example, Top Gun, one of the perhaps the greatest Navy recruiting film in history. The sequel is scheduled to come out later this year. In the sequel, in the original Top Gun, on the back of the bomber jacket, Maverick, there's a flag of Taiwan and a flag of Japan. But the communist overlords decided acknowledging that either Taiwan or Japan exists was unacceptable, so what did Hollywood say? They meekly said, fine, we'll edit it out. I want you to ask for a second, what does it say to the world that Maverick is afraid of the damn Chinese communists? What does it say that Hollywood is? And by the way, it's not just on issues that are directly relevant to China and foreign policy. I'll give you another example, Bohemian Rhapsody. Fabulous movie, biopic on Freddie Mercury, the lead singer of Queen. The Chinese communist censors decided they didn't like the fact that parts of the movie show that Freddie Mercury was gay. So they said, can you please edit out of the film that he's gay? Just take those scenes out so we don't have to see that. And Hollywood, those social justice warriors that they are, said, sure, no problem, we'll take it out. Let me ask you something. How the hell do you tell Freddie Mercury's story without acknowledging he was gay? It was a pretty big part of Freddie Mercury's life. So I've introduced legislation called the Script Act, which simply says there are enormous U.S. assets that the federal government makes available to American filmmakers. Things like the DOD allowing them to use ships and planes and tanks, or DHS allowing them to use Border Patrol equipment to film. The big element of a lot of movies. The Script Act says very simply that the federal government is not going to allow you to use federal government assets if you are going to allow Communist China to edit your films. If you want access to government assets, don't give a hostile foreign power the ability to edit the films. Combating propaganda is important. Let me focus on one final area, which is the supply chain. China has systematically targeted the U.S. supply chain. It has gone after critical infrastructure. We look at, in the midst of this pandemic, PPE, masks and gloves and gowns. Huge percentage of it worldwide is manufactured in China. You look at pharmaceuticals, the degree to which the American people are right now dependent on Chinese pharmaceuticals because the government created cartels to systematically target American production of pharmaceuticals, whether antibiotics or cancer drugs or Alzheimer's drugs or antidepressants, and to drive out of business American production of those drugs. And so right now, an enormous percentage of the medicines we rely on are manufactured in China. And just if you think, well, gosh, what's the big deal with that? Just a few months ago, one of the state-controlled newspapers in China explicitly threatened during this pandemic to cut off pharmaceuticals to the American market as a tool of economic warfare. Let me say right now, if they do that, that's not economic warfare merely. That is actual warfare. That is literally threatening the lives and safety of millions of Americans who rely upon medications to stay alive and healthy. And so I've been leading the fight to bring critical infrastructure, to bring the supply chain back to the United States, to create tax incentives to bring them back, whether it is infrastructure like PPE and pharmaceuticals, or whether it is rare earth minerals that are integral to defense components and technology, which likewise China systematically went after and acquired dominant positions. China's fighting a 1,000-year war. We need to recognize the threat that they pose, and we need strong leadership in Washington to take them on. This is a fight I've been leading for the 8 years I've been in the Senate. It's a fight I intend to keep leading for many years to come. Thank you.
Well done, Senator. Senator, thank you. Thank you for those words. I know I don't have a lot of time with you, so I want to focus in on, and I think you hit on the most important points that every American right now, when we hear what China has done, when we hear that we have to turn to China for PPE after this virus that was clearly leaked, I won't say created, but leaked from the Wuhan labs. We're at their mercy. They've created, they've instilled in us a need of what they have. What do we do about it, sir? I know you're introducing legislation, but does it go beyond that? You call a 1,000-year war, and we've talked a lot of war. Does it ever get to actual war with China?
Look, I hope not, but it might. I think there's a strong analogy to the Cold War and to the United States and the Soviet Union. And I would say the period we have been in for the last 20 years is analogous to the period we were in the Cold War in the 1970s, where you had a lot of people denying it was going on. You had a lot of politicians, Democratic politicians, a lot of people in the media who said, oh, the Soviet Union is unstoppable, we can't keep up. And if you remember when Reagan came in, and they asked him, they said, what's your objective in the Cold War? He said, very simple, we win, they lose. He described the Soviet Union as an evil empire. He said Marxism, Leninism will end up on the ash heap of history. That clarity was profoundly important. Now, to be clear, Reagan didn't want a shooting war with the Soviet Union. No one wants to see two massive militaries firing missiles and killing millions. That is a very bad outcome. But we won the Cold War through a military buildup that they couldn't keep up with, through an economic boom that they couldn't keep up with, through investments in technology, things like the Strategic Defense Initiative and missile defense, which is an area we need to keep investing in vis-a-vis China. And we won the Cold War through the clarity of understanding who they are. If you come to my Senate office, you've been to my Senate office. Mm-hmm. The dominant feature there is a gigantic painting. It's about the size of this backdrop behind us. And it is a painting of Ronald Reagan standing before the Brandenburg Gate in Berlin saying, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. The most important words in modern times. That kind of clear leadership is needed with respect to China, and that clarity, we can see the effects of it right now with the UK pulling out of Huawei. That's the virtue of clarity, and clarity and sunshine is powerful.
What is the metaphoric Chinese wall? I'm not talking about the wall. I'm talking about the wall between East and West Berlin. What is the equivalent in China?
Well, listen, I think focusing on Hong Kong and Taiwan, there's a reason I focus on Hong Kong and Taiwan so much, because both are fundamental threats to Chinese legitimacy. Look, the Chinese, the number one people the Chinese government is repressing are the Chinese. There are 1.3 billion people in China who are under brutal dictatorial control. And the reason they're so scared of Taiwan and Hong Kong is they show that people who are Chinese ethnically and in every respect can live much better lives just through freedom. They are illustrations that free enterprise works 1,000 times better than communism does, and it produces better quality of life. It's why China is so afraid of them. And let me give you an example, and we'll use the Cold War analogy. So several years ago in the Senate, I introduced legislation to rename the street in front of the Chinese embassy Liu Xiaobo Plaza. Liu Xiaobo, famed Nobel Peace Laureate who stood up for democracy in China, was wrongfully imprisoned in China. And the strategy of renaming the street, I actually borrowed from Reagan. So Reagan, during the Cold War, renamed the street in front of the Soviet embassy Sakharov Plaza after the Soviet dissident. And you want to talk about being powerful. Anytime someone wanted to write a letter to the embassy, you had to write the name of the dissident. You had to acknowledge that they exist. So that legislation I introduced, I went to the Senate floor to pass it, and multiple times, Senator Dianne Feinstein, Democrat from California, came up and objected, and we debated on the Senate floor. And Senator Feinstein said, but if we pass this, it will irritate the Chinese government. To which my response is, look, that's not a bug, that's a feature.
That's the point.
That is exactly the point. So right. She objected multiple times. This is during the Obama administration. So what I did, I put a hold on every State Department nominee that the Obama administration put forward. Now, that drove them nuts. And so they came to me and said, all right, how do we get you to lift this hold? I said, very simple, pass my legislation. You pass my legislation, I'll lift the hold. They ended up agreeing. Legislation passed the Senate 100-0. So Senator Feinstein withdrew her objection. It passed 100-0, and I lifted the hold. Unfortunately, it then went to the Republican House of Representatives, where it died in the Republican House. That was unfortunate. But let me give the epilogue because it's encouraging. Fast forward to the beginning of the Trump administration. Liu Xiaobo had passed away, but his widow, Liu Xia, was still in China and was being held against her wishes. I had breakfast with Rex Tillerson, who was then the Secretary of State. And Rex was telling me that in his negotiations with the Chinese, when they were listing their top foreign policy objectives, one of the top 3 objectives that the Chinese laid out they had was stop Cruz's legislation on Liu Xiaobo Plaza from passing, because it terrified them to acknowledge that was happening. And I'll tell you what I told Rex. I said, all right, if you want Rex, use me as the bad guy. You can tell them I'm going to pass it. And you know it's not a bluff because I've already passed it unanimously through the Senate once, so they know I can do it. Tell them I'm going to pass it, but if they release Liu Xia, if they let her go, I'll step back and stop pushing it. Well, just a few weeks later, you know what they did? They released Liu Xia and let her go. That's how terrified they are of truth and clarity and sunlight. And this conference is playing a big part in providing that truth.
Very good. I know, Senator, you're they're Yankee. You got somewhere to go. Very quickly, the NBA obviously has to play ball with China, and they want to play ball with China.
Yes. The senator has to go vote in 5 minutes.
Oh, you have a 5 minute.
Yeah.
Quick thought to Cuban NBA.
Oh, look, the NBA is kissing up to China because they want to make money, and it is sad. When the general manager of the Houston Rockets, my home team, when he sent out an innocuous tweet that said, free Hong Kong, China went nuts. It shows you just how scared they are of just a little bit of attention. And the NBA, sadly, and this is a pattern throughout corporate America, groveled and obsequiously apologized. You had people like LeBron James defending the Chinese. Never mattered that they're murderers, that they're torturers, that 1 million Uyghurs are in concentration camps right now. It's all about the bucks of access to Chinese market. And part of addressing them that I spend a lot of time is trying to help sports leagues, trying to help big Fortune 500 companies, and trying to help the media. An awful lot of the media reporters are terrified to say anything bad about China because they want access to that Chinese market. And that corruption is really deep and really profound. And by the way, quite a few think tanks in Washington are also suckling on the Chinese dollars. And all of that we've got to address in a comprehensive way.
Senator Ted Cruz, everybody. Thank you, sir.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you. Eric, you want to just stay up with me?
Oh, sure. Senator.
All right, I want to personally thank Senator Ted Cruz for coming in and sharing those insights with the Fallkirk. He just got called to votes 2 minutes out, so now Bowling is going to grill me for 30 minutes.
Oh, okay. All right, there we go.
There we go.
Well, we've covered the gamut.
Yep.
We've concluded China is in a 1,000-year war, and they will stop at nothing to win the war. I wanted to ask the senator about the South China Sea and what their I guess the plans are for them, what their plans are in the United States. So, what do you think we do, Dave?
Yeah.
Brad? What do we? Is it financial? Is it political?
Yep.
Is it actual military? Is it all of the above?
Yeah, well, on the South China Sea, that's kind of the clearest lie we've seen, right? Xi Jinping is over here in the Rose Garden at the White House and promises the American people and the world, no, I will not build up military weapons on the islands. And we all know that's not true now, right? So it's been one lie after the other. And so we had Steve Bannon with us, War Room Pandemic, and I recommend that show to everyone who wants to get up to speed on this China issue. But his formulation is pretty good. And he says, with respect to what do we do, there's no debate the virus came from Wuhan, 20 miles from the lab. There's no doubt that it came intentionally. They shut down Wuhan. They shut down all flights to their capital, Beijing. They opened up 400,000 travelers to Milan, Italy, New York City, and San Francisco, and exported that virus abroad. So they're morally culpable. And the United States should have just one clean position at this point in time. Let us into that lab. Let us in to talk to your researchers, because we want to find the DNA and the structure of that virus so we can find a vaccine and solve the problem. And if you do not let us in, we will decouple. And that's financial, right? The tariffs are small. They're a few $100 billion. The financial flows, the world you worked in, are in the trillions, right? You shut that down, and China's going to have a hiccup quick, right? And it's already, right, there's a beige book report, The Best China on China, and they're already, the red lights are blinking.
A lot of debate, David, on whether or not holding China accountable, yes, in the post-pandemic era, but how do you do that? Do you hold them financially accountable, and to what extent?
Yes. No, right now, right, the president 3 weeks ago made a great move, shut down the TSP, the Thrift Savings Plan. Mm-hmm. And the Senate, bipartisan, I was surprised, 98-0, right? So we were mandating that our military retirement accounts and pensions were investing in Chinese firms building weapon systems aimed at us. Not a good move, right? So we got plenty more to do. Now on President Trump's desk right now are plenty of bills, the most important of which is Chinese firms are not audited. Every U.S. firm that's in an index fund or that's on any exchange is audited by the SEC. Chinese firms are exempt thanks to Joe Biden and President Clinton. And so that's a shocker to most folks. If you own, when China's growing at 10% GDP, which they were, right? And then it was 9, 8, and China announced 9, 8, 7, but now it's 6, 5, 4, and this, in the pandemic era, we'll see. But the bottom line is if you at home, if you own Chinese stocks, their balance sheet is only as good as the CCP says it is. They can zero out your firm, Alibaba, based in the Cayman Islands. Good example. If you own that stock and the CCP says tomorrow it's worth zero, it's worth zero. And most Americans don't know that. So in the last panel, when we were talking about weaponizing your money, it's for real. And it's in your own self-interest to do some homework on what financial assets you own, because you're going to get hurt if you don't do that research.
The U.S.-China trade agreement.
Yeah.
Rework it.
Say again?
Rework it.
Oh yeah, no. Trade. If they don't let us in, right? The trade rep goes straight over there, straight up shuts down everything they can.
You want to charge us 3% for bringing cars into China? We're going to charge you 3% for bringing whatever into the United States.
If not more extreme than that.
And is there risk to the general economy if we do that?
Yes. And I mean, there's going to be inertia. If you put this stuff into place, right, the supply chains aren't going to come back immediately. But just the announcement effect of these major moves, it's a signal to China. And China, Xi Jinping, right, they operate on what's called the mandate of heaven. Xi Jinping is losing the mandate of heaven, and it might already be gone. The Chinese people know the pandemic happened. That's under Xi Jinping. How did that happen? Right? They know economic growth. Prior to Xi Jinping, the last head of China with George W. Bush, W asked him, "What's your worst nightmare?" He says, "Not feeding my middle class." Well, if one of these dams cracks wide open and Wuhan is lost, the mandate of heaven is gone, right? That geography produces 2/3 of China's foodstuffs, right? So if those dams keep cracking, China is in for a reckoning, and their people are already hurting. And just so the folks at home know, back under the Mao and the Great Leap Forward, after that, they had starvation going. Tens of millions of people died, or depending on how you want to view that, killed. And China's propaganda said, bumper crop, right? Overflowing, crops are overflowing. So the American people can't conceptualize that the Chinese continue to lie to us over and over and over across the board. And we've got to get that into our thinking, because then we'll make better decisions.
Even though it may mean we pay a little bit more for our products.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Well, and the good news is, it's amazing President Trump comes in on an America First strategy, but around the world now, the rest of the world is doing the math on China, right? India is now our good friend under Modi. Australia is our friend. UK just switched on Huawei, the senator just said. Sub-Saharan African presidents are in open protest against China. Ethiopia is coming our way. The Asian countries surrounding Taiwan and all the way down into the islands are coming our way. So China is a huge piece of the economy, but 15% of our economy is traded, right? And of that, it's a percent that's traded with China. So it's not overwhelming to us. It's overwhelming to China. And so we can do morally good things by making this happen, because if CCP goes away, 1.4 billion Chinese people get freedom and they get their life back. And that's what we need to keep in mind as well. You might pay a little bit more for consumer goods, but when the Chinese reorganize and reconfigure, global growth will go through the roof.
When you think of military powers, you think of the United States, you think of Russia, but you rarely think of China as a military power. But my suspicion is that they are.
Yeah. Well, they've declared 1999 as the famous document. It's out online, Unrestricted Warfare, written by 2 Chinese colonels. Pretty prescient, now they're generals. And they said, and in 1999, they noted the fall of the trade towers. Just saying, right? So, but they said, we are at war with you. They knew what happened in the Gulf War. We decapitated the heads and the brains of our military opponents. And they saw, wow, the kinetic war, we're not there yet. And Bill Gertz was on the stage yesterday, one of the great writers, Deceiving the Sky, and General, the China attaché, Robert Spalding, also has a book, similar name. But the Chinese philosophy has always been to keep its international politics so secret that not even their own emperor knows what it is. So they're in an information war with us, and it's for real, right? The Chinese papers that are delivered to Senator Cruz's office and the rest of the members of Congress, every morning, there's Chinese inserts bought and paid for by the CCP. They have their own newspaper that shows up in the halls of the U.S. Congress. And so it's pretty remarkable. They're in an information war. They're in an economic war. They've been stealing all of our property, right? They've been stealing ship designs forever. We know all this. We were hoping that as they became rich, they would become democratic. That hasn't happened. And now they're approaching a $15 trillion economy. They're getting even. So either we win soon, or we're going to be in for a kinetic war if we don't play our cards right.
I think a lot of people, most people probably don't even realize this. If you're a U.S. corporation, you want to go do business in China.
Yeah.
You can't just open up a business in China, and you have to negotiate with the Chinese government.
Right.
They have to own a piece of those businesses. So they can call themselves capitalist.
Yeah.
They're not. They're quasi.
Right.
There's a very strong influence of communism in every piece of business you do with China.
Right. And I just learned this morning, right? I mean, I'm trying to educate myself on this. The American people are learning now. We're all learning together. But the firewall, right, that keeps the Chinese people in the dark. They have no information about the rest of the world. They don't know what liberty is. They work 7 days a week, 12 hours a day. If they don't, their social credit score goes down and they get punished. They don't get to travel. They don't get to buy a car. Their kid doesn't get to go to college. That's what they're living under. That firewall is put up partially by U.S. firms. That's a disgrace, right? And I'm not going to name names here, but just go Google. Folks at home, you just go Google the firms, because I don't want to pick out one or two, right? But if you're a U.S. firm and you're building a firewall to repress 1.4 billion people, and then you're spending $1 million to look progressive, right? Planting green trees on the top of your roof, right? So you're virtue signaling that you're a nice liberal. I mean, it's an abomination, right? You're in on the practice of torturing human beings made in the image of God. It really is just shocking. The more I learn, the more shocking it is. And so the American people need to wake up, right? Churchill or whoever said, right? The American people always do the right thing after they failed at the wrong thing for a few times first, right? But the American people do have a good soul and a good heart. We will do the right thing, and we're just waking up to this China threat, but we're warming up quick.
You know, one of the blessings of the United States certainly is the fact that we have 2 of our borders are water borders. That's a fortunate thing. But one of the other ones is we've been blessed with amazing amount of natural resources.
Yeah.
I think we've realized over the last 15 or 20 years how much we actually do have. There was, remember, peak oil, and we were going to be at the mercy of Middle Eastern oil. Never happened. We're overproducing our own,
It's amazing.
demand.
Yep.
China doesn't have that luxury.
Yeah, no, that's right.
It's their Achilles.
Right.
I noticed recently they're starting to negotiate with Iranians for oil, another country that frankly hates us too.
Right. Yep.
What are the risks of the Iranians and the Chinese hooking up? Iranians need money, Chinese need oil. It's a nice partnership. They're both quasi-communist / socialist dictatorships.
No, that's right. China's goal is to take over the Eurasian landmass, right, and then the South China Sea also. But Iran is key to that plan. Russia, we'll see where they fit in. They're trying to build up their allies, and then we're trying to build up the freedom allies. But they're buying Iran as a proxy state. They really don't know what to do with Iran because it's problematic for a bunch of reasons too. But you're right, they have that, and then they have their demographic pyramid is a nightmare in China, right? Their senior citizen class, they don't have a welfare system like we have. They don't have Social Security, Medicare, all that. So they're in for a rude awakening, and they know that coming up to support their senior citizen class when nothing's in place. What do? So they're weak, and I'm waiting to see more analysis of that, right? There's a report called the Beige Book. It's not the Federal Reserve Beige Book that we know here, but it's a Beige Book on China by a guy named Leland. Everyone should look that up. But his research, they've been blinking yellow and red lights for a while on their economic dashboard. But the third quarter of 19, all the red lights are blinking. And it's not causality, but the fourth quarter of 19, a virus comes our way. So, I mean, it just makes you, right? They're struggling. I mentioned the mandate of heaven is already fading. Their growth is down to 5 or 4 GDP growth a year. They're wobbling. They got to feed 1.4 billion. They were trying to become a consumer economy. They were trying to do a structural transition from trade and never to a consumer, and it failed. And so now it looks like they're going to move toward an inward-looking stance, which is more dangerous for the people of China, because then they go inward repressive.
And I think I would love to have had a few more minutes with the senator, because I think that's where, if you really want to go to war with China, so to speak, a financial economic war with China without having to actually kinetic war, you go at it through the natural resources. You go at it through. They have plenty of coal, but they can't survive in 21st, 22nd, 23rd centuries on coal. They need more fossil fuels, natural gas. They need oil. They're going to trade with countries that will trade with them and give them oil. If you cut off Iran and really cut them off, not just say we have an embargo with Iran, a real embargo. You want to supply Iran with money for their oil, you're going down too. France buys oil from Iran. Great Britain buys oil from Iran. They quietly do it, but they do. But if you want to really put a chokehold on China and say, cut it out, go through the oil sector.
I agree with you. I mean, and they're doing their Belt and Road strategy with the most oppressive regimes in sub-Saharan Africa and all through the old spice trade routes, right? They're trying to buy about 60 or 70 United Nations votes in doing that. So they've been building up friendships, they think, but now after the virus, the sub-Saharan African presidents are screaming at China. They're losing friends, and they're losing oil-producing countries as well as their friends, and they're coming our way. So the international scene's moving in our direction.
Let's talk a little bit about protesters and what's going on, and the socialists and anarchists that are taking over our major cities across the country. It would seem that this is playing right into China's hands. They love that idea. I guess anyone who hates America is sitting back and going, okay, let's just watch this. Let's not get involved. Let's not take a side. Let's, when your two opponents are fighting each other, your opponents bifurcating, killing themselves, just continue to watch and let them go. This is a dangerous time in America.
No, it is. It is.
But again, I asked the last panel, is it temporary? We've seen protests before. This feels bigger.
No, this is bigger. On the last panel, I said K-12 education has been lost. The values, right? Values investing. What values? Everybody says do what's good. What's good? Right? That was a debate back 2,400 years ago. Plato and Aristotle and Socrates, they all differed. What is the good? That is the question. And people say, well, do what's ethical. Well, what's ethics? Whose ethical system? Kant, John Stuart Mill, the Judeo-Christian system, Confucius, Marxist atheism? Those are all competing ethical systems. No one knows any of this anymore, right? The higher education system isn't doing any of this. And so now, when you talk about the riots in the street, the heads of the Black Lives Matter and the radical groups have come out on TV and said, we have been trained in Marxist ideology. I mean, the American people don't know what that means yet, right? We have been trained in Marxist ideology. What is that, right? I mean, the Marxists, the modern Marxists, go through the Frankfurt School in Germany and Foucault, and Biden just quoted Foucault about power the other day, right? The Democrat Party is after power. And the American people are just basically good inside. They don't know what's coming at them. It's a Mack truck coming at us. And so the Marxist threat in the street is about deconstruction. They're tearing things down. Ask a leftist, what statue are you going to put up? Show us your perfect human, right? So every human's fallen. Well, that's Genesis 3. It took 3 chapters for humanity to fall, right? Who's your perfect human you're going to put up? And they don't have an answer. What economic system are you going to put in place of capitalism? What religion are you going to propose? And you get crickets. You get nothing.
Let me play devil's advocate, because I hear this all the time. Okay, so, but it's the will of the people. These people want change.
Yeah.
Right. Be careful what you wish for.
No, that's exactly right. I think a lot of this is the left gets triggered by President Trump. So they think, okay, if they vote for Biden or somebody else, the volatility and the chaos is going to go away. Bad news for them. The chaos and the volatility in the streets is not brought to you by Republicans. I wish Republicans had a little bit more fight in them. Unfortunately, our leadership were asleep, right? The volatility is coming from the Marxist left in the streets, right? And so everyone's sympathetic with the civil rights challenge. We all can do better on that front, right? No doubt about that. We're a fallen people. The American people know that. We can all do better. But this violence in the streets has surpassed that. Now the leaders are saying, we're Marxists, we want to rip things apart, we want to take down every statue, we want every building renamed, right? We want to undo all the gains that have made in this country. And they can't name someone that we should look up to. That's their major problem.
Dave, everyone here agrees peaceful protest is protecting the Constitution, First Amendment, we get that. Why is it, and I actually believe Black Lives Matter, it served a purpose for change. There were problems. There were, I get heat for this on the right. There were systemic problems within police departments that they needed to revamp. Rules of engagement. It just had to happen. It was time for that. People wanted it. It was time for that. However, when peaceful protests turned into violent mobs, breaking glass, spray painting buildings, there's no right in America for that. Why did the Democrats and these Democrat mayors in these cities, and why can't Nancy Pelosi or Joe Biden step up and say just that? Yes, Black Lives Matter. Yes, peaceful protest is protected. Yes, there was a reason for it, but no to that. They seem to be afraid to say no to the violence and the mayhem. Why is that?
Well, I think it's because the woke part of their party has captured the energy. And so Biden's a placeholder, right? He's a proxy. And most folks think he'll get elected for a year or so, and then whoever the VP is, that'll be the president. And they got the AOC leftist wing and the Bernie wing and the Elizabeth Warren wing, and that's by far the woke activist left. It's no longer liberals, right? The Democratic Party used to be liberals. JFK is great. He loved the Catholic faith, the Judeo-Christian tradition. He liked the rule of law, had no problem with that. He liked business. He was pro-business and free market, et cetera. He couldn't get elected in the Democratic Party right now. So you got the leftists in charge, and they are in charge. And so Nancy Pelosi has to answer. She's trying to steer the ship, but she knows, and Biden knows, they have to listen to that left flank. And the contrast, right, I used to get called a right-winger and a radical or whatever. The radical on the right wing wants the Judeo-Christian tradition is radical now to propose that in the public square. The Constitution and the rule of law, law and order, is considered radical now, and being pro-business is considered to be an elitist, right, and privileged. So that is the debate. The folks in the suburbs, I do not think, understand what's at stake there. They don't get that.
If they do, they're not getting involved.
Right.
Danger.
No, not at all.
Big danger there.
In Richmond, Virginia, for example, right? So you got the woke mobs with machine guns taking down the statues. Machine guns captured in the newspapers all day. Law enforcement does nothing, right? And so the city is woke right now. Some of the city business leaders they're all of a sudden going, oh, we got a problem here. I didn't know this was coming. But the suburbs are still sleeping. Up 10 miles, they think they're still protected, and they don't get, right? You just see the left starts with, hey, we're going to plant a few green trees 20 years ago, right? And then, hey, a little bit more of your portfolio. And now you said this thing is not going away. This, either the American people wake up and fight, or we're in trouble.
There's some that say November 4th, day after the election, the pandemic goes away, the violence goes away. Thoughts?
Yeah, no, it's too simplistic. I like it. I mean, it's funny, right? I mean, wait till you see CNN's reporting, right? They will pivot, right? CNN, MSNBC, the liberal mass media, they'll pivot in an instant, right? It'll all go to sunshine and lollipops and whatever, right? If Trump lost. But I think there is a silent majority at home, so that's beside the point there. But no, the structural piece is still there. K-12 education, higher education. The left owns. And still, the deep state used to be conspiracy theory. Now, if you ask the average American, does the deep state exist? Everyone, yeah, sure. We know what it is. We just saw it. The FBI leader set up a phony, investigation of the President of the United States to try to impeach him before he assumed office. The CIA leader got caught lying. He was in on it. The State Department is complicit. They are fighting against the CEO of the administration. I mean, you can just go right through it, right? I'm friends with Matt Whitaker. He went in after Sessions, and they're out to get their leader. The deep state doesn't want the Trump appointee to be able to do business, and so they're shutting down action.
We only have a couple minutes left, Dave. Talk to us a little bit about this, the importance of the election and where you see it coming out now. Former member of Congress, tall order to take Congress back for Republicans. Yeah. Is the Senate in play? And what about the presidential election?
Senate's going to be tough. I just asked Senator Cruz. It's going to be a tough fight, and it's going to come down to probably a couple of votes. I mean, everybody knows that. The president is down in the polls, but he was down in the polls by about the same amount last time. But this time, he's got most of the Republicans nominally with him. Last time, nothing. He had 0, right? And then he had the Republican leadership fighting him the first couple of years. So he's got a little bit more infrastructure underneath his legs right now. And right now, Biden's been hiding in the basement, so it looks like you're running against a generic candidate. Well, if you're running against a generic candidate, that's kind of utopia. That's a tough race to win, right? You assume the blank sheet of paper is good. But as Biden gets defined, right, his son got a $1.5 billion business contract as soon as he came back from China just a couple years ago. Right, so once people start learning these things, then I think that things are going to tighten, and you're going to be right back to Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Michigan and Ohio and
90 plus something days out. Yep. And I recall in 2016, I was on Fox, and I was clearly reading things that other people weren't. I remember the polls were coming out, and they had Hillary Clinton's winning here. She's up by 11. She's up by 15 over there. She's up by 7. But you saw the enthusiasm of the Trump supporters. Now, this is really odd because you would go to a restaurant or a bar and people would come up to me like, I'm going to vote for president. I'm going to vote for Trump for president. Like, well, why are you whispering it? Right. But what it did make me understand, well, they didn't want to say it in public, but when you poll someone, who are you going to vote for? Right. Well, Hillary, right? Because they were embarrassed to say they would vote for President Trump. And then he had a very substantial victory against Hillary. I think the similar things are happening right now. I'll give you one little piece of advice. You watch these polls on CNN, MSNBC, even Fox. Look at the polls and then look at the little fine print underneath. So if it has Biden up by, let's say, 2 percentage points, 3 percentage points in Florida today or yesterday, 3 in Florida. Look at the plus or minus. It'll say plus or minus 3.8. That means 3.8 percentage points each candidate. So that's 7.6 sway. So if Biden's up by 3,
Yeah.
It's a statistical
That's
tie.
right.
Take it one step further.
Good.
Look at the methodology.
Yep.
You go further into the poll, you look at how many people were polled. Sometimes it's 500 people. 500 people are going to tell you the state of 15 or 20 million people in Florida.
Right.
But also look at the plus. So it's usually D plus. D plus 5, 10, and the further D plus means they've overpolled Democrats, and therefore, of course, it's going to skew towards the one they want. So you can play games with polls, but as long as you're smart and understand how they work, then you can read the polls a lot better.
Right.
In fact, every swing state right now is a statistical tie. So whatever you hear on TV, don't believe that Trump is losing in swing states.
Good.
He's not. He's not winning either. But he's not losing. These are statistical ties, and the only thing that matters in America on election day, swing states.
Which ways it go?
Battleground states.
Right. That's
Six states dictate the election.
Yep. Let me look over my shoulder. How are we doing back there, boss? You guys ready to go? All right, good. Well, hey, Eric Bowling, it's been an honor to have you at the Falkirk Center to tee it up and add your energy and expertise.
Appreciate the opportunity, Dave.
You're a great patriot and friend of Liberty. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, sir.
God bless
Thank you, Liberty. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Jerry Falwell, Charlie Kirk, Dave, Brad. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Our next panel coming up, do not go away. This is the culminating panel, and it was designed that way. And you're going to hear from one of the intellectual leaders on what is going on with religious freedom in China, what's going on with human liberties in China, what is the extent of the repression. Emily Cao from Heritage Foundation is going to lead a panel. And then we have Bob Fu with us. And that is a name known to many of you. And we're going to have a couple other friends from China, from Hong Kong. And they're going to share their life experience with you personally. And Elmer, I see you out there. Thank you. God bless. Come on up, brother. Come on right up here and to get mic'd up. And so you're in for a treat. You're going to hear from people who have lived under these systems. And so we're going to tee it up in 1 minute. Ryan Helfenbein, the director of the Falkirk Center, is preparing the next panel. Let's all give Ryan a big hand of applause for all the work he's done in putting together this Fallkirk Summit. And I will not see you until our next summit. And so God bless you all. Thank you all for tuning into this panel. And again, thanks to Eric Bowling for the home run and all the work he's done on our behalf. God bless. Thank you all.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, brother. We good? All right. I'm sorry to bear false witness. And I promised you it'd be the end of me last session, but we have more good news to share. We have some new guests who have just come along. This is going to be an exciting panel on China, and especially paying attention to religious liberty and human freedom in China. From Chinese, from Hong Kong citizens speaking for themselves, speaking for their history, speaking for their families, and giving us a sense of what life is like inside of China. And to help set this up, we have an expert in the area from the Heritage Foundation. My good friend Emily Cow is with us. And so I think, Emily, why don't you set us up with some preliminary remarks and get us started. And then we'll move and we'll listen to comments from Bob Fu, and he can share his perspective after you set up the framework for how we should think about religious freedom and human freedom in general in China.
Sure. Well, thank you very much for the invitation,
Sure.
Dave. You asked me to give a 30,000-foot overview of human rights in China.
Good.
And I want to mention a few statistics, but I don't want to dwell on statistics. But here's a couple that you should know. 10,000 people. That's how many students were killed at Tiananmen Square in 1989 when students peacefully protested for democracy. 1 to 3 million. That's how many Uyghur Muslims are in detention camps today because of their religious beliefs. And then 336 million. That's how many unborn children have been aborted under China's coercive one-child policy. But today, I also want to share with you the stories of 3 men, because I think we can learn a lot from them. They were normal men, like many people in this room, sons, husbands, fathers. One became a pastor, one became a lawyer, and then the third, a doctor. Each chose a profession where they could help other people. But because they did not live under a normal government, their activities were treated as political and threatening to the CCP. Pastor Wang Yi was passionate about theology, so passionate that he left his job teaching law at a university to become a pastor. He wrote about Calvin and the Reformation, and he wrote about the relationship that the church should have with the state. He rejected the idea that the state should manage the church. Because of his outspoken religious beliefs and his critiques of Xi Jinping's increasing control over all religions, he and 100 members of his church were arrested. After his arrest, the church released a letter that he had written for such a time as that. He said, "I'm not interested in changing any political or legal institutions in China, regardless of which regime I live under now or in the future. As long as the secular government continues to persecute the church, violate human consciences that belong to God alone, I will continue my faithful disobedience. There's a higher authority than their authority. The Bible requires me to, in a peaceful manner, full of joy, resist all measures that persecute the church and interfere with the Christian faith." In closed-door proceedings a year later, a court sentenced him to 9 years in prison for inciting subversion of state power and illegal business activities. During the same period of time, a contemporary of Pastor Wang Yi's was becoming one of China's top 10 lawyers, according to China's own Ministry of Justice. Gao Zhisheng was a self-taught lawyer. He took on some of the hardest cases in China for people who had their land confiscated by the government. He took on the case of Cai Zhuohua, a Christian who published Bibles, and through that case, he himself came to faith. And then new clients came to him with horrific stories of torture, brainwashing, and even their organs being forcibly removed. He could have ignored these stories, but instead he looked deeper, and he brought their stories to the attention of the world, including the United Nations, which published a report about China's torture. This led to 10 years of kidnapping, forcible disappearance, and torture of Gao Zhisheng. They even threatened and harassed his family members. Police moved into his family's apartment and followed his children to school, even going to the bathroom with his daughter. Eventually, with the help of our next speaker, they got to freedom and they published his memoir. In his memoir, A China More Just, he condemned the Chinese Communist Party for employing, quote, the most savage, immoral, illegal means to torture our mothers, wives, children, brothers, and sisters. Gao Zhisheng was last seen in 2017, but he continues to inspire human rights lawyers all over China. And lastly, I want to mention a doctor whose name I think has become familiar to you all, Dr. Li Wenliang. He was 33 years old, practicing ophthalmology in Wuhan, when he learned of a SARS-like virus. He tried to warn his classmates about the possibility of human-to-human transmission. And of course, his message spread like wildfire and attracted the attention of the police, who interrogated him and charged him with making false comments on the internet. In China, it is considered a state secret to share information about something like a virus. Only the government Ministry of Health has the legal authority to share that kind of information. A study from England's Southampton University found that if interventions in China could have been conducted 1, 2, or 3 weeks earlier, cases could have been reduced by 66%, 86%, and 95% respectively. Another study by Axios concluded that those 3 weeks might have given the world time to keep an outbreak from one province in China from becoming a global pandemic. Dr. Li said, quote, if the officials had disclosed information about the epidemic earlier, I think it would have been a lot better. There should be more openness and transparency. These 3 men did things that many would consider heroic, but the Chinese Communist Party treated them as criminals. They did what pastors, lawyers, and doctors around the world do: teach according to their consciences, defend the poor against injustice, and warn the public of health risks. I just want to share a few things we can learn from their stories. First, Marxist Mao Zedong, Xi Jinping thought provides no moral foundation for human rights. The CCP still enforces its atheistic worldview, forbidding government officials and military members from believing in God, teaching children scientific materialism, that they are only matter. Belief in a creator who endows every man, woman, and child with human dignity and unalienable rights is political heresy. In the absence of universal moral principles to ground human rights, the individual's human dignity and rights are completely subjugated to the interests of the party. Second, the party in China is a law unto itself. The party claims that China is a rule of law nation, but in fact, it's a rule by law nation. The party is not subject to its own laws. Instead, it simply uses the law to maintain its monopoly on political power and to justify its human rights violations. And what does this mean for the world? The CCP is seeking to deconstruct the international rules-based order. COVID-19 has started to reveal the extent that it is succeeding in doing this. Its control and manipulation of the World Health Organization and other international institutions like the UN Human Rights Council should cause all countries to be concerned. One of the lessons of World War II was that a regime that violates the human rights of its own people is a threat to international peace and security, and the international community should heed that lesson now.
Can I ask you a question? The stories of those 3 men, heroes, should be considered heroes for standing up and sharing what they believed in, what they found out. Are we talking about, were those stories of what took place and when it took place, was that like a century or more ago?
No, this is all happening in the last 10 years.
In the last 10 years.
Gao Zhisheng was last seen in 2017. There's good reason to believe that he's still alive, even though he's undergone all this torture. The pastor I mentioned at the beginning, Wang Yi, he was just sentenced to 9 years in prison in 2019. And of course, Dr. Li Wenliang just passed away in February. But these men are...
Why aren't we hearing about this?
And that's the last thing I wanted to say is we need to make sure that the media and the international organizations do not forget these men. Dr. Li Wenliang's name should be on the lips of every official at the WHO, every member of the UN Human Rights Council, and every member of the Nobel Prize Committee. We cannot forget what he tried to do, which is to warn the world of this pandemic and to stop its effects. And Gao Zhisheng, his daughter, Grace, is still advocating for his freedom. We can support her, as China Aid has done so incredibly, and our next speaker will talk more about that. And Pastor Wang Yi, his wife and his son are waiting at home for him to return. Wow. And China Aid and our next speaker, Bob Fu, has been their strongest advocate and protector. So they are alive, and there's still so much that we can do to help them and to make sure that their stories are told all around the world.
I just find it so interesting that there's such a push towards seemingly communist-style, Marxist-style rule of law that we're seeing from elected officials right now in our country.
Yeah.
When we've got these stories to actually look to as an example of what that kind of rule of law literally will do to the people. I mean, they're you know, I hear about what you're sharing. I hear what you know, the governor of California is doing, attacking religious churches, organizations, even saying to the point where they can't sing.
Yeah.
No singing in church. And it's like, okay, well, if that's the beginning, if that's where it starts, here's an example of where it ends.
Yep.
And if Americans don't wake up and understand that's what's at stake, this is what will become the United States of America.
That's right. Well, let me just go to you, David. David Harris Jr., fellow with the Falkirk Center, has a pastor's heart, love for the Lord. And I was watching you. That's why I wanted to get you in. What's your heart saying to you after you hear these stories?
Well, it's tragic. It's so tragic. And why isn't the mainstream media talking about this? Why is all they want to do is talk about these protesters, continually calling them peaceful? They don't put the CCP on blast. They don't want to acknowledge what's taking place, that's been taking place over the last 10, 15, 20 years. We're not talking about something that was happening a century ago or even 50 years ago, but literally atrocities that are taking place where individuals are having their individual liberties stripped from them or being tortured for just trying to speak up and share truths with their people. And they're being demonized for it. They're being killed for it. They're being tortured for it. Yeah. It's something that we as Americans better understand, that there is a very similar mindset in a lot of the individuals that are currently elected right now or going to be elected this year. We have the opportunity to make sure they're not elected, but if they are, the very same ones that are looking at Black Lives Matter, a very Marxist organization where the co-founders have all agreed they're Marxists, which is, okay, we're talking about CCP mindset here. If we don't understand and are not aware that the politicians that are giving the okay to Black Lives Matter to continue their motion and their movement, the trajectory is going to wind up being a lot more catastrophic than what we're seeing in Portland and Seattle right now. It's heartbreaking to know that that's taking place. And it better be a wake-up call to all Americans.
Yep. Thank you, David. Elmer Ewan, our good friend, has traveled all the way to be with us for this summit today, sitting on my right here, and he wants to ask you a question, David.
No, I think I want to make a statement.
Oh, good, yeah.
Because how come the major medias are not reporting it?
Yes.
They were all bribed.
Right.
Except a very few.
Right.
It's very, very cheap to bribe these reporters stationed in Beijing. All you have to do is bribe one person. There are reports in China. A few 100,000 would do the trick.
Wow.
And honestly, traditionally, the Chinese have mastered the art of bribery. And the communist Chinese have improved upon it. Look at the United Nations and all the organizations below them. Everyone is bought, including the Vatican.
Wow.
I'm not ashamed to do it because, you know, I speak my mind.
I'm going to ask Emily one more question, and then we're going to get to our special guest speaker, Bob Fu. But Emily, you commented, and I think it's fascinating because the American people have, roughly speaking, you know, there's still a Judeo-Christian ethos deep within our culture. Whether we're sufficiently living that out is another question. But it's here. But when you say the rule of law, does not apply in China, and that they use the law. I mean, can you say a little bit more about that? Because I don't think, the average young person, the young American out here learning right now, what does that mean when you say the rule of law in the United States? We take it for granted, and it's been a blessing to us. That system, even though not perfect, has made us an exceptional nation. So what does it mean to have the rule of law, and then what does it mean not to have the rule of law, but to use the law against your own people?
Well, I think it is difficult for Americans to understand what it's like to live under a one-party system where the government controls the courts, the government controls the prosecutors, the government controls the media, the government controls business, the government controls everything and has a monopoly on all power. In America, we understand the rule of law as a system in which citizens can hold the government accountable. We can petition for grievances. We can sue our own government, which we do all the time. Those rights are on paper in China. There is a constitution in China, but the party has complete political control. And so the people have no way of actually seeking to hold the government accountable. And every time they do, as in the case of Gao Zhisheng and Pastor Wang Yi and Li Wenliang, they themselves are treated as criminals because they try to hold the government accountable.
Thank you very much. Well, we thank you for your overview. I think you set us up very well. At this time, it's my pleasure to bring with us, we did not want to do too many viral presentations, online presentations, but Bob Fu is a special friend and just stands out for having a big soul and a care for humanity, and many of us know him and his work over the years. So Bob Fu, welcome to the Falkirk Center. It's an honor to have you with us today, sir. And we all respect you beyond what we can say. We follow in your footsteps and admire your courage. And so please just give us a glimpse of your life story and of your family's story. And all the symbols you can share with us so that the American people understand why we need to take sides and put up a fight here.
Thank you for having me. Are you able to see the video?
Yes, you look handsome and we hear you loud and clear.
Thank you, because on my part of the sprint, there's some problem. Anyway, yeah, it's really an honor and also pleasure to be invited to join the fellow panelists. And thank you, Dave, and thank you for the Liberty to host this panel, this forum. And I agree with every word that Emily Gao has just stated, the kind of condition. I may even go further than what she described. And I myself was born in China, raised up in China, educated as an atheist, communist, and even became one of the students leaders in my university at the Tiananmen Square 31 years ago. And then by God's grace, through the ministry of American missionaries, I came to faith, and really God rescued me out of the most desperate situation after the enormous revenge and persecution by the Communist Party against those students leaders like me. And then I became a house church leader and went to Beijing. And while I was having a job teaching English to the Communist Party leaders as my daytime kind of professional job, in the evening, my weekend, I had been riding my bicycle, doing house church planting and Christian fellowship, and even planted independent kind of a Bible school at the suburb of Beijing. That led the arrest of me and my wife. We were both put into prison in Beijing for being accused of illegal evangelism. And then really by the grace of the Lord, we after we were released from prison in Beijing, and my wife was also pregnant, and without any permit, as Emily alluded, that this kind of a forced abortion, forced sterilization is the Chinese Communist Party's stated national policy on the Constitution. And it was our first child, and because I was working in inside the Communist Party at the time, and as treated like a civil servant, and without the quota, the permission card of pregnancies, if my wife was caught, she would be under forced abortion. And so with the imminent rearrest, we kind of escaped out of China, and later on hiding in Hong Kong for 8 months, 3 days before Hong Kong was handed over to China. And we were accepted, my wife and I, with our 2-month-old, kind of the youngest baby refugee, into the land of the free in the United States of America. Then we kind of established China Aid as a ministry with a focus to advance religious freedom and rule of law in China.
Wow.
By exposing the abuses of the persecution, encouraging the abuse, and equipping the leaders.
Great. Well, thank you, Bob. And Emily, do you want to ask Bob any questions, or Dave, feel free to weigh in, or Elmer, if you have any questions?
Well, Bob, what do you think that the American people and the government, both the Trump administration and the Congress, need to do right now?
Well, thank you, Emily. As you just stated, with the 3 cases of illustration, the level of persecution against independent religious faiths, and of course the condition of rule of law, the freedom of press, had reached to the worst in 40 years. I think we have never seen this worse since the end of the Cultural Revolution, some even worse than during the Cultural Revolution. And we have seen the Communist Party literally launched a war against the faith, against any independent religious faith, not only Protestant Christians, but also Catholics. I mean, all the Catholic bishops appointed by the Pope, despite of a secret deal they already reached, had been either missing, died, or kidnapped, or just have nowhere to find. And we have seen the Falun Gong practitioners, they're not even allowed to have the basic freedom of religious belief in the heart. So anybody who professed a Falun Gong practitioner had been being arrested and suffer, the kind of they called a mind transformation process. Basically, you have to reform your mind until you are allowed, you confess the Communist Party is your Lord in your life. Wow. And we have seen, of course, the Tibetans has continued experiencing the worst persecution. The world's largest Tibetan monasteries, the monasteries had now been controlled by the Chinese Communist Party as the headmaster of that monastery. We have seen, of course, as Emily just mentioned, the 1 to 2 million Uyghurs, most of them Muslims, some are Christians, are suffering, the modern day concentration camps. And I think, the Protestant Christians, it used to be, only, most of the persecution occurred against the independent house churches. Yeah. But the government sanctioned, supposedly legally registered, protected by the government, 3 self-patriotic movement churches were usually, let free of persecution. Yeah. But now everything changed. Even the government sanctioned 3 self-churches had been under severe persecution. We have some pastors even received 14 years imprisonment for simply, registered opposition against the government attempt the forced demolition campaign of the crosses from the rooftop of the church. Thousands of crosses and churches were being forcefully demolished and being burnt and destroyed. And as late as this past Sunday, the church was destroyed. It was the the cross was being burned and destroyed. And Emily alluded, of course, the lawyers. I mean, you have seen, not only, Gao Zhisheng is just the tip of the iceberg. He's been missing for over 3 years. Well, next month will be the 3rd year that he will be marked missing. And we have seen, of course, like lawyer Xu Zhiyong and others who are just being kidnapped and missing. And we have seen, Chinese American pastors. I just, this is the 3rd point after religious persecution, after the rule of law being under attack.
Yeah.
The Chinese Communist Party had extended its persecution, repressive arms way beyond its border.
Yeah.
Of course, I will ask, Emmer later on to illustrate this evil Hong Kong national security law, but this is happening. The repressive nature of Communist Party has already extended to the street of Houston, to the street of New York City, to the street of San Francisco. The Chinese dissidents had been beaten up. I mean, simply hosting a welcoming ceremony voluntarily, spontaneously on the street of Manhattan for the Taiwan president who last year just passed by. We have 5 Chinese citizens was beaten and so severely they were sent to the hospital. And where is the law enforcement in the U.S. soil? And we have seen, of course, the Chinese American pastor Zhang Cao, whose wife is Jamie Powell from North Carolina, Caucasian American missionary to China, and with 2 American children in the U.S. And he was sentenced to 7 years imprisonment for setting up 16 schools for 2,000 children. It's called illegal charitable work. You can have charitable work and deemed as illegal and served or sentenced to 7 years the year before. And of course, we have seen, the Chinese internet kind of digital authoritarianism already extended to the street, the office of Houston Rocket manager. And you ask Derry Morey, right? I mean, just one tweet about supporting Hong Kong, he has to bow down, he has to kowtowing. His tweet, is that very tweet he deleted, still not reposted back. Good. I mean, are we allowing the Chinese Communist Party to make the rules? I think the Chinese Communist Party, instead of rule by the law, I would go even further. It's really lawless, rule by lawless, rule by the Communist Party and Xi Jinping's own will. Whatever he decides, whatever he changes, it will apply. And so we have seen, I think my recommendation, I applaud for Secretary Pompeo and President Trump, for really, since the, Kissinger's first visit to China, failed miserable appeasement kind of foreign policy on China, finally come to the end. Right. So I think we have a major paradigm shift on the foreign policy with China. The same kind of panda hugging, policy has to end. And I think we need to put sanction. Not only, of course, now we already have for the first time, the Trump administration sanctioned a Politburo member, one of the 15 members of the ruling elite under Xi Jinping's win, Chen Quanguo, who is not only responsible for the kind of atrocity in Xinjiang to the Uyghurs, but also he was the former party secretary of Tibet that responsible for many, the genocide and the cultural elimination of Tibetan. So, but I also want to call for, to put the Xia Bolong, the party secretary who is responsible for demolishing and destroying thousands of crosses on the rooftop of the church buildings. He's called, and now he's in charge of the Hong Kong policy and Macau policy. Right. He's engineering that. So we need to put him on sanction. We need to, secondly, remove the Communist Party's ability to raise, trillions of dollars on Wall Street and give them, under Vice President Biden's the personal intervention arrangement. In 2013, Chinese corporations the Chinese government signed a MOU with the SEC and US the stock market regulatory, and give China a pass to not to exempt from being investigated or giving pure evidence on their fraudulent activities. And guess what? In the past 10 years, in the past 7 years since 2013. This is the amount of cash the Chinese Communist Party has raised from the Wall Street. It's estimated at least $3 trillion.
Wow.
We are funding our enemies. We're funding, those enemies are military affiliated. They are spying. They are doing all kinds of things on our soil. We give them cash to supply their life. So this kind of thing needs to stop and stop now. I think the president has the total authority, according to the existing law, to issue executive order to stop it.
And I think we're on a path for that, Bob. David Harris Jr. has a question for you.
Sure.
Bob, thank you for everything that you shared. I'm curious, knowing what you know about China, about their regime, and about Joe Biden, how scared would you be for America if Joe Biden was to become president of the United States?
I think he will continue his Beijing-Biden policy, basically the policy of failure and appeasement, and dance with the Communist Party. And he may do a little bit, one or two things as a symbolic gesture. And but I think if Biden is elected, and the real kind of collusion between the Americans' communism, Marxism, and the Chinese communism, Marxism will emerge. I think we are in a dangerous path. I think we are facing a very dangerous choice. A very pivotal choice in November. I think whether we want to choose that path, and that's American voters' choice. But after living in the United States for the past 23 years, I certainly feel this is the first time I think we will have a kind of a puppet of the American Marxism, communism to be in the Oval Office, running the not only American economy, the American affairs, but the international affairs. So that's really the danger.
Hey Bob, I got a question for you. The amount of repression that you just summarized and that Emily also summarized seems overwhelming and crushing to the human spirit. Is the word spreading throughout China at all? I've heard the mandate of heaven, right? The ruler relies upon this idea that they still do have a mandate of heaven. But with the virus spreading and this repression and the dams breaking, it's just overwhelming. And so is the word spreading through China at all? Is there a subtext that's spreading throughout the people that offers any hope?
Thank you for that question. When Communist Party lie, people die, right? The whole world actually, this is the greatest momentum for a waking up call. For this, the Communist Party's kind of cover up and instigated this virus, the Communist Party virus, we can call it very correctly, would not wake us up. When will we wake up? You know? And every day, everyone, when you go to the airport, when you go even stay at home, you feel it. In the shopping. And this is, the result of the 40 years of failed kind of foreign policy and appeasement by not only kind of a Democrat administration, Republicans too, not only the United States, but the whole Western world. I think we failed. And I think, but we do have hope. I don't want to let us feel hopeless. Again, when Communist Party took power in China, after 1.5 centuries of missionaries' work, the number of Chinese Christians was estimated with less than 1 million Christians. Today, according to the Purdue University's estimate, I mean, after their scientific studies and interviews, the number has already reached to between 110 to 130 million.
Really?
Wow. And I mean,
That's great.
despite of the persecution, despite of now Chinese church has to go underground, called digital underground church now.
Great.
And even the peaceful worship in your homes are now totally forbidden.
Yeah.
Even a prayer on WeChat, the Communist Party's WeChat, I think that President Trump should forbid any Americans to, I mean, to ban any Americans in the American soil to use this WeChat or TikTok. I mean, they are the Communist Party's surveillance tools.
Good.
I mean, when you move, when you do anything over that platform, you basically give them the daylight and let them watch and monitor everything. And I think, you know, we need to see of course, the same projection by Purdue University. This is the good news. I mean, we should be optimistic in that sense. Is by 2030, I mean, if the President Xi Jinping's repression, persecution intensified, it may even shorten the kind of the Christian growth. And the Purdue University projected by 2030, the number of Chinese Christians will inevitably reach to at least 224 million.
Wow.
That's good. That's
224 million is 2/3 of
Yeah.
American population will become diehard evangelical Christians.
That's
I
great.
mean, that time, China will become the first really Christian, you know, nation, I think, in the world.
Thank
really,
God. Good.
Yes.
Hey, Bob, thank you so much. I'm going to transition. If we can ask you to stay with us. I'm going to transition to Elmer Yuen, our good friend, very prominent Hong Kong businessman who also has been leading. And Bob, we thank you for your courage. We thank you for your Christian spirit and for telling the truth and being with us today. So stick with us. And if you want to ask Elmer some questions, but I'm going to let Elmer share some of his family background. We talked a little bit about his background and then the story of Hong Kong and what's going on there and why America should care. And so, Elmer, why don't you lead us for a little here?
Instead of telling you my family tragedy, and you heard about a lot of crimes committed by the CCP, from Emily and from Bob, and in the last 5 weeks, from 4 secretaries.
Yes, right. Thank God, right.
So instead of telling you one more, I want to spend my time to tell you what CCP really is.
Good, good.
Because, you know, it's very important we understand our enemy.
Yes.
CCP, I mean, stand for Chinese Communist Party, but I like to use a different C. Chinese Cosa Nostra Party. It's I'm very, very serious. You think it's a nation? No, it's not a nation. The nation is a facade. Behind everything, there's a Chinese Communist Party. Every crime you talk about, in the end, the string is all pulled by the party. Every suffering, you're talking about the 3 crimes, and then Bob's family, my family. Why? Why did it happen? Because we're talking about an organization. If you look at the great land of China, it's controlled by roughly about 50 families. You know, it's like the New York crime families, very much like that. Wow. They control different territories, different industries, all right, and they make huge amount of money. The total corruption, not including what they left in China, but out of China, they brought it out, $10 trillion US.
Wow.
When Edward Snowden went to Russia, of course he had all the information from your servers.
Right.
He said about 4.8 trillion, and by now it's more than double.
Wow.
So now, if you look at it, the whole land of China is Cosa Nostra, controlled by 50 families. And under the 50 families, there are 90 million gangsters. We call them party members. All right? Wow. They go and then 1.4 billion people they collect protection money from. Right? And those people are basically slaves. They are not people. They are just units to generate money or generate effort to serve the families. So that's why if they sacrifice a few million, it doesn't mean anything to them, because every year more than 10 or 20 million people are born to replace the ones they sacrifice. Wow. If you look at it from this manner, then you understand. That's why there are so many crimes, crime against humanity. Right? And they lie. When the top family asked them to lie, when Xi Jinping asked them to lie, the gangster tell the people to lie. If you ask 95%, my guess, over 90%, if you call up a Chinese, where does the virus come from? They say, oh, they say, oh, from United States. Over 90%, because they were told to lie. Wow. Right? And you tell them, no, it's from Wuhan. They show me the evidence. Because they destroy all the evidence. They don't allow you to inspect the site, right? So it's very simple. It's a very simple thing. They teach them all this, and then you cannot count on them to overthrow the government, because everything they do is controlled. So this is how it works. The 1.4 billion people, they work hard, and they make money, and that money goes to the gangster, and the gangster pays to the family. And all the export they've done, you see, we went to Target and Walmart, you know, it's all this made in China. They make huge amount of money. And the net US dollar they made is about $10 trillion. And it's not left with people. People are left with the funny money called RMB. It's not convertible. It's a soft currency. You can't use it outside China. So all the money the people make for the CCP were converted only by the 50 families. Wow. And they came over to Manhattan and bought all the best mansions, right? You saw them, the highest priced house in Beverly Hills, you name it, all the major cities, London, Hong Kong, all owned by the families. And these families control the Ivy League schools. They send their kids to Harvard, to all the best schools, and they are growing them later on to take over the family business, where they have the biggest capital, all right? They have the biggest capital, and they have the smartest, and they go to training intern in Wall Street, all right? They know how to work with the money. They're very good with money. Yeah. So this is what China is. It's a cancer. It's a very serious cancer. Yes. If we don't remove it, the cancer is going to kill us. Wow. That's if you look at it, and forget about now, let me tell you why it's not a country. The name of the country is called the People's Republic of China. People, you don't see the people. There's no people. There's no people to vote. You see all the TV series, never show people, because they don't count, all right? And the Republic, no voting. People cannot even see the budget, national budget, or what happened, all right? China, this is not Chinese culture. This is Russian Marxism, Stalinism culture. It's nothing to do with China. The Chinese culture is a very rich culture, and it's a very good culture. We don't have this kind of nonsense. It's an atheist. It's a bunch of atheists. So the name of the country is wrong, all right? No constitution. Constitution is for show. And the constitution say, oh, the communist CCP dominates everything. That's in the constitution. I'm not lying. So that's the first thing. CCP controls everything. Wow. No government. Every government minister or government officials, there's always a party secretary behind it. Li Keqiang is the prime minister. Then there's Xi Jinping is the party secretary. Xi Jinping is not the president of the country. He's never elected. It's like a commission. You know the New York crime family? They have a commission to elect the godfather, right? Every now and then. That's how he was elected, by the commission, the 50 families. All right? And they have to, every year they go to Beidaihe, which is a seaside resort in China, and it's close to Beijing. And that's where the commission, we have meetings. Everything else, the Congress, the People's Political Consultant, all those meetings are only for show. Wow. The real power is decided in Beidaihe. That's the seaside resort. Yeah. So then you understand, this is what you're dealing with. And even the embassy here, you think the ambassador is the real? There's a party secretary behind him, tells him what to do and how to lie. That's exactly what it is. So do not treat it as a nation. This is the problem. You thought you've been dealing with a nation all this time. Wow. And it's only the guy who come and lie to you. And then if anything happened, he disappeared. They put on somebody else. That's how it works. So please, you have to change your way of thinking.
Yes.
Then you suddenly understand why all these things happen.
And give us in brief, so we can ask you some questions too, but you've been fighting very hard for Hong Kong. And so give us what can the U.S. do, what should we do, how should Americans think about it? You got a pretty big audience watching you.
Yeah, let me tell you, I'm a businessman. I was the first one to go into invest in China, first factory in China when they opened up in 1977. And you can say I've been colluding with them, all right? Seriously. Yeah. Until about 3 months later, they come up with this national security law for Hong Kong, meaning they broke everything, all their promises on Hong Kong about one country, two systems.
Right.
And I have kids. I have 6 kids. 4 of them are in Hong Kong. And I have grandchildren. I don't want them to live like a mainland China in a communist state. We thought we have Hong Kong, which is like your system here. Rule of law, freedom, and then democracy. That they've taken it all away with the national security law. And that's why I'm only been an activist in the last 3 months. That's all I am. Okay, I'm the youngest activist, also the oldest activist. Yes.
I have a question.
I have been colluded.
All right.
I'm a sinner.
That's the question. Thank you. No, all right, good. I don't want to open up to the. We can't hear you on the floor, so that'll be the end of that. But you have an answer you want to give?
Anyway,
to that, we'll keep going.
I told you I've been colluded until 3 months ago,
Right.
And when I saw the national security law, I said, "Good, that's it. This is the end of it." I told all my business associates, China, don't expect me to come back because I'm not going to contribute 1 cent of my effort to the CCP.
What? No, excuse me, sir. Excuse. Hey.
We can't hear you up here. We can't.
Hey,
Let me explain to you.
Yeah.
All right. Nobody is attacking me. All right. Nobody is attacking me. Yeah. My theme is to put down CCP. All right. Put down, not take down. It's a little bit different from that gentleman.
Yeah.
All right. To put them down. Meaning, that's it. Not just against. All right. Not anti-CCP, but to put down.
Right.
On forever.
Yep.
And somehow, they never come after me in the last 3 months. I've made about 50 interviews. With all these different, that's why you see my video. And I begin to wonder, and even that gentleman there's a question, how come the CCP never came after me?
Yeah.
Let me tell you, every Chinese you see here, even in Beijing, every government official, even the spokesman for the foreign ministry, Hua Chunying, you know that women, everyone, they have a sad history. You ask Bob, you ask them, every Chinese you see in the States or in mainland China, every government officials, everyone have a sad family history. Because they are, the present people, the officials, are really from the right. And in the 50s, they have the anti-rightist movement taken down. Their family suffered. That would be their grandfather's generation. And then in the 60s, they have the Cultural Revolution. Again, another wipeout, all right? And then finally, Deng Xiaoping came and then restored all these rightist family. What you are looking at, including us, we are the descendants of the rightist side, including all the government officials. When I attack communism, I don't attack their government, I don't attack their economy. All this, they know how to fight you. But when you attack CCP, that has a thing in their heart. Because then they became tearful because their family suffered.
Right.
Then I suddenly realized this is the weak spot.
Yes.
I only realized lately. I said, how come they don't come and attack me? Because they feel hurt. They start remembering how their family suffered. My family is broken, Bob's family is broken, everyone. Every Chinese you talk to in the States here, from mainland, have a broken family. That's the crime they have done in the last 71 years. Major crimes.
Wow.
Yes.
Good. I see Bob nodding. Bob, do you have any questions for Elmer here?
My question really is just for to elaborate, like Elmer, we're talking about a collaborative effort. I think it's time for you to lay out the plan, how to remove this mafia family, to hold them accountable and in the international way with even the American existing law.
Right, right. Well, and we've been doing that, and the entire summit has had that. We've had Steve Bannon lead off each morning, and his explanation and transition is the U.S. needs to demand an answer for the virus, and we need China to let us in to find the DNA and the cause, the initial cause, and if they say no and do not let us in, then we decouple. And it decouple financial, tariffs, trade, diplomatic, across the board. And so a lot of us are there, and then we've got to get the rest of Congress. The Democrats joined the Republicans 98-0 on taking away the Thrift Savings Plan investment in China. That's the first step. Now the second votes on the president's desk having to do with the issue you just brought up, I think you did, Bob, in terms of the accountability of Chinese firms to the SEC audits. And that's a huge step. And so we're moving step by step by step. It's too slow. But the American people are finally warming up, right? They do not get the extent of the atrocities and the repression that you showed and Emily showed and Elmer just talked about. But it's reaching a crescendo. And this presidential election, I think China will be the election issue. Because it is the existential threat to our country and our next generation for the next 10 years. We've been asleep, but the threat is coming, and either you fight now, you hopefully have a fight before it becomes a kinetic military war, right? It's an information economic war right now. Emily, did you have any closing questions for Bob or Elmer as we wrap things up?
Well, Bob, what do you think the international community needs to do to respond to China's human rights violations, which don't only affect the Chinese people, but as we know, the entire world now is suffering from the coronavirus because of China's suppression of free speech?
Well, thank you once again. I want Elmer to later on to really talk about that solution. But you know, he already have a plan. But let me just throw out another key component. Which is to tear down the modern 21st century Berlin Wall. The Chinese Communist Party's internet firewall.
Right. That's right.
I mean, yes.
No,
so if we tear down that wall, I think that will make the Chinese Communist Party maybe on the lifeline, life support line.
Well, and we started discussing that today. Huawei's involved in that. Cisco's involved in that. A lot of Americans don't know the firewall is built by American technology firms, repressing 1.4 billion people. And so we're getting the word out, and so I'm feeling good. I think we're closing things down for the day today, Bob and Elmer. Thank you very much for being with us. And Emily, David, why don't you want to say a prayer for Bob and Elmer and the Chinese folks to close us out, and then Ryan Helfenbein, our director, just give us a brief closing word of hope and prayer. And
absolutely. Well, I know I'm encouraged by hearing of your faith, Bob and Emily. I know you have faith as well, and I believe you do as well. I'm encouraged because there's so many individuals in our country right now that don't have faith. Faith is under attack. There's this race war that's been created, and I'm all about my brothers and sisters in Christ.
Yeah.
And I think that when we have a belief, we know our God is good, we have a good Papa, I think that's what binds and unites us. And I think that while the enemy seems to be advancing on fronts, I'm thankful that I believe God is advancing even greater
and he's increasing his power, his influence through his people, through his kids. And I believe that we will see some pretty glorious things ahead. So I'll just close it out with prayer. Father God, we just thank you. God, you're so good. You're such a good Father. We thank you that you're the Father of all that acknowledge you, that accept what your Son did for us, and that welcome you into our lives, regardless of our race, our creed, our color, our background, our status, regardless. We all have a need for you. We're so thankful for what you're doing. We believe in what you're doing. We believe that you are moving behind the scenes. We believe that you are moving in and through your children, your kids. We believe that you are moving in this country, in Hong Kong, in China. And we just say yes, we say thank you, and God, we just ask you for more. We just ask you for more fire, more revelation of your goodness, of your power, for all that are seeking you in China and Hong Kong, here in our country. God, let us just be used by you to be the awakening, to be the revival, to be those that say, yes, God, we need you, we acknowledge you, and we want to honor you. So we just invite you into this process in our country, into this election, into the hearts and minds of those that believe that they would vote their values, that they would stand up for freedom, that they would stand up for righteousness, and that they would not be afraid to let their voices be heard. So we just thank you for this amazing summit. We just ask for blessing on all of the speakers, every single person that was a part of this, and every single person that listened and viewed this online. Blessing, increased favor and understanding of you and their role to play. We're so thankful for Falkirk and for the opportunity that you give us to serve as a part of this amazing organization. We bless you, we honor you, we thank you. In Jesus' name.
Amen. David, thank you so much. Emily, thank you. Elmer, Bob Fu, thank you, brother, for being with us visually. I want to thank everybody out there that's watched this summit. It's been an honor to be able to bring this to you. I want to especially thank the visionaries behind the Falkirk Center for Faith and Freedom, and that's President Jerry Falwell, teaming up with Charlie Kirk. That's the Fallkirk. And this summit is due to their vision, and then it's due to the hard work of the director, Ryan Helfenbein, who has put this production together for all of you watching out there. And then also we want to give a special thanks to Scott Lamb, who has also worked behind the scenes very hard, and the staff at Liberty University, who's played a role as well. So God bless you all. Thank you. And I think Ryan Helfenbein is going to come out to close out the day. Yeah. And so thank you very much for staying tuned. Ryan?
All right. Hey, thank you all so much for our final panel. Hey, thanks to all of you who tuned in on this broadcast and through the various networks. And I just want to thank our partners. My understanding, Dave, is through the aggregate, we had well over 1 million viewers.
Is that right? Unbelievable.
Yes.
Wow. Unbelievable.
And so I just want to thank again and echo, first of all, round of applause to Dave Bratt for hosting, and a happy birthday to Dave Bratt,
there you go. Thank you.
who has been our master of ceremonies, but also to President Falwell, to Charlie Kirk, to the entire Fallkirk staff, to our production team, who you can't see but made it all possible. We had over 20 people unloading and doing this and putting it all together. Jared Valerani, who's our architect, and Christian Losville, who is our online guru. Christian Bedell has been doing our production. I want to thank all of them. Steve Bannon, America's Voice Network, Kevin Freeman, Economic War Room, Dr. Gina Louden, Eric Bowling and Sinclair Broadcasting, all of our panelists, Senator Tom Cotton, Senator Marsha Blackburn, Senator Ted Cruz, Dan Crenshaw, the Freedom Caucus. We had an amazing group of people, and also Foster Freeze, who showed up. Thank you all for tuning in. Please like us, share us, and subscribe. God bless you all, and we are signing off.
Good job, Ryan. Awesome. All right, Elmer, thank you so much, brother.